Welcome. Today is Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We have quite a busy agenda today. So I'm going to start out here quickly with looking at the county manager. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No additions or deletions. We do have a proposed change. We are anticipating the land use items today will be short. However, the short-term rental item will probably involve a great deal of public comment. It is going to be staff's recommendation that that be moved to the end of the agenda after the land use items to give the board full amount of remaining time.
So that means we will take item 8 under individual consideration items, public hearings, second readings, and we will move it down to under item 11, which is the Woody Creek communes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
Which is a land use item. So I need a motion and a second to amend the agenda to reflect that.
So moved.
I have motions and seconds on either side of me. Kelly, I'll give the motion. Francie, I'll give the second. Any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
And we do have, thank you, Steve. We do have Steve Child zooming in from home today. It's nice. We have the county manager. We have Greg Postman, Kelly McNicholas Curry, Francie Jacober, who is vice chair, and I'm Patty Clapper, and I will be chairing this meeting. And it's nice to see everyone here with no masks and in the room. We really appreciate that. You can wear masks. We don't mind masks. We can wear masks. Some of us do. We never know. We don't have a problem with that. All right, so first thing is public comment. These are for items that are not on today's agenda. Are there any members of the public, either online, on a phone, or in the room, who would like to comment on an item not on today's agenda? I'll give everybody a few minutes. Do we see anything there?
I can look online for you.
Microphone on.
Is my mic? Yeah.
Okay. Just want to turn my hearing aids up, I guess.
Yeah. Or I could speak a little louder, but I'm already starting to lose my voice, which might be a good thing. I don't know. We need to have this screen here reflect. It's got Elmo and it just doesn't have the.
I don't see anyone raising their hands.
I don't see anybody on
here right now. Patty.
So I'm going to close the general public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to the commissioners for commissioner comments. Are there any commissioners wishing to comment on anything they would like to comment on?
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I'll just note for folks in the room, I'm wearing my mask. I'm not feeling great. I have a little cold. I do not have COVID, and so I'm keeping this on. So if you hear me coughing, I don't want to alarm anyone.
She's got 2 small children at home.
2 small children
passing
who
their germs.
gave me their cold, so that's the way it goes. And I'll just note, yesterday was International Women's Day, which I always want to highlight and give a shout out to all the women in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a hard time to be a woman. I mean, coming out of COVID, a lot of women bore the brunt of caring and loss of income and, steps back in their career that I hope we can recover here in the next couple of years or even in my lifetime. So, a shout out to all the ladies out there. We do have a female vice president, though, so I'll regard that and celebrate that victory here. And then I'm also pretty excited, if you read in the news today, about the discovery of Shackleton's ship down in Antarctica. I think it's just so cool. And, for me, little news like that kind of reignites the wonder in the world, because that is an incredible story of endurance, which we will all need for today's hearing.
I thought you were going to talk about Russell Wilson going to the Broncos. That's for sure. That was going to come up.
I'm not a big football. If you want to talk about baseball, I'll talk about baseball.
We're the
but
baseball
that's a sad
fans.
state.
Yeah, but I mean Russell Wilson.
Right now. So yeah, and I'll turn it back to you, Patty. Thanks.
I'll say something.
Great, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Kelly said about Women's Day. I think this is actually probably the easiest time in history to be a woman, except for maybe just before the pandemic.
Or in
and we
Florida.
stand on the shoulders of giants. We, when I was young, the disparity between men's and women's pay was unbelievable, and that has reduced somewhat. But women's rights have increased a lot from my mother's time, thanks to people like Gloria Steinem and innumerable other women. So I just think it's really important that we remember that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And we've come a long way in my lifetime. Not that we're there, but, and not to disagree with you, Kelly, we're not there. But it
We're
was
moving in that
exciting on the
direction.
news yesterday to listen to a woman from Mexico talk about the marches and parades in Mexico and how incredible it was for her to watch them. And she talked about how the changes in South America and Spain and Mexico have been just cataclysmic the last few years. It was a really cool interview on NPR, and it really reminded me of where we are as women and how far we've come.
Okay, the only man sitting here on the
You
board
want me
in
to say
person. You
something?
know, there's a majority of
Well,
women on this board now.
International Women's Day was yesterday, people. Like, come on.
We're done celebrating?
No, my hat's off. I'm in awe. I will shut up now. But thank you. Yes.
Anything else you'd like to
congratulations.
say?
Women have come a long way, and there's a long way to go. Hopefully, men will follow them.
And remember, your wife is
And
watching.
nicely said, Greg.
My wife is not watching. I hope.
Steve, would you like to make any comments?
Well, yes, after Kelly's comments about why she is wearing a mask, I'd have little symptoms of a cold, you know, blowing my nose some and my eyes watering some. And just, I didn't want to risk exposing anybody there unnecessarily. So I was tired after yesterday's long meeting, and I just decided to stay home and be on the safe side today. And I can actually hear better when I have my headphones on. It's like way better than wearing hearing aids when I'm in the room. So I'll be able to hear all the public comments very clearly today.
Okay, we're going to keep track of that, Steve. So I will make a little comment. I had a very, very great woman in my life for all of my life. Wasn't going to cry, but I lost my mother on Saturday. So we honored her yesterday with International Women's Day. She was amazing till the very end, and a great influence in many lives and many people, especially her 3 daughters and her multiple grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And we're going to celebrate her life with Michael Jackson right around the corner and Chief Thundercloud down the hall at the Forest Lawn Mausoleum in Southern California. So that will be quite the day. It's always quite a day when you get all the women in my family together, trust me, you can imagine. So yeah, so my mom is at peace now, and we're going to move forward with a deep breath.
Condolences.
Yeah,
We wish you peace.
rough week, but we're going to get through today's meeting. We're going to all be friends at the end of this, and we can celebrate. So I'm going to move into the first items on our agenda. This is a consent item, single reading, minutes of February 15th, 2022, special meeting, February 22nd, 2022, special meeting, February 23rd, which was my mother's 97th birthday, which was our regular meeting. The second item on our consent items is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners appointing citizen board members. We are appointing Karen Keeney to the Senior Services Board, which was a great addition to that board. She's an amazing woman. So does anyone want to separate out the consent items, or can we move them both forward?
I'd make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
I will second.
So I have Greg and Kelly. Any further comment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Great.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Next items, we have individual consideration items. This is a first reading, set for public hearings on March the 23rd, 2022. First item is our first quarter budget supplementals, and we have Connie Baker here, who always does an amazing job with the county's budget. She works on it year-round, I think, and then some. So thank you, Connie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, the board had a chance to hear from staff. There are 17 different requests in this supplemental, and staff was here, and the board had time to go into more depth on the different requests and ask questions. So all of this should be very familiar. I will not go through each individual request. We did mention yesterday that there are a couple of changes to the resolution. So I have both emailed out and also handed out copies of the revised resolution. This includes the board's donation to Aspen International Mountain Foundation. And it also includes a change to the microgrid grant. The change to the microgrid grant, the project cost stays the same, but the way it is divided up into the different categories has changed a little. Kara asked for some changes to reflect what will be going to the state. And then also the contribution from the general fund has been increased in order to fill in the funding gap for the project. So those are the changes. The total request would increase the county's budgeted expenditures by $11,110,828, offset by an increase in revenue of $6,769,831, for a net increase to the budget of $4,340,997. Fairly large dollar amounts. About 87% of that is made up of 3 requests. The microgrid project at $3.5 million. There is the Healthy Rivers streamside improvements at the Basalt Whitewater Park, and then also the employee housing increases. So those are the key projects dollar-wise. Other projects that you heard about follow a number of trends that the board has heard about often as we're talking about budget. Retirement and succession planning, difficulty in recruiting and retaining employees, employee housing, and also inflation. So those are the requests before the board today for first reading.
Thank you, Connie. Does the board have any questions for Connie? I just want to make a note for the public. Picken County does an amazing job of receiving grants. We have great staff who has gotten to be very proficient at writing grant applications and following up on them, and then administering the grant monies once we are provided with the grant monies. So that's a huge benefit to the taxpayers in Picken County. It really, we research the grant opportunities across the board in almost every department in the county now. It's become more complicated for finance to have to manage the dollars because there's always requirements when you get grants, but staff has really stepped up to the plate on that throughout the pandemic. They were coming before the pandemic, and now they've had a lot of experience throughout the pandemic, so we hope that carries forward in the future. And I want to let staff know how much we appreciate their efforts in rallying grant funds to allow us to do projects without having to take a lot of funds out of our general fund or from specific departments. So I really appreciate that.
Patty? No, Kelly, go ahead.
Kelly, go ahead.
She can decide whoever was first.
I just wanted to point out that the DOLA grant we have is probably the largest DOLA grant ever given, is what I heard yesterday.
Well, the largest to Picken County, and then out of the Renew program for renewable energy projects was the largest award in the state. Yeah.
So we do have great grant writers. Thank you all.
And it's for the project that money's going to is a really innovative project out at the Airport Business Center for renewable energy. And it's probably going to set the pace for other communities around the state, if not beyond the state, to look at our efforts here and what we've been able to accomplish. So it's a really leading edge technology that we're looking at. Kelly.
Yeah. I don't usually comment on these since we talk about them and such, but I do just want to call out, there's 2 things that really stand out to me about this budget supplemental. One is us putting our money where our mouth is, right? So particularly on climate change efforts, which the microgrid project will do, and that we've even committed more funding towards that than we initially had thought going into the project, and I think are really excited to just see that through and what it takes. And then also for housing for our employees, so that we are as we are generating employees, we are funding their ability to be able to live and be part of this community, and not compete with everybody else for other limited affordable housing that is available in the community. And then also to call out that this is also, these are funds that the community has long supported. So money from our Healthy Rivers tax that's going to develop the park at the Basalt Whitewater Park, and our open space tax to go and make improvements at Redstone Park. And so hopefully this is following through on the vision that the voters have had for those 2 funds as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Seeing no further comments from the board, I need a motion to approve, please.
So
And
moved.
Patty, should it be a motion
As amended?
as amended?
Okay.
Yes.
We'll make a motion as amended.
And this is first reading.
This is first reading, set for second reading on March the 23rd.
I will move the amended resolution.
Okay, with the new documents we have in front of us. Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a motion from Kelly, a second from Steve. Any further comment from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to our next item on the agenda is, it's also first reading set for public hearing on March 23rd. It's, ironically, it's a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing acceptance of the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, or DOLA, a renewable and clean energy initiative for Phase 1A of the ABC Integrated Clean Energy Microgrid Project, which we were just talking about. And that is a mouthful. So, John, are you presenting this? Or is Kara? Oh, there she is. Hi, Kara.
Hey everyone. I think you all already said a lot about it, but before you today is acceptance of the DOLA funds. When we initially came to you to submit the DOLA application, it was in a special meeting at the beginning of beginning of January. And because it was outside of a normal process, we did not do the typical submit and approve. And so this is just approving that, accepting that DOLA award for $1.7 million for the AABC project.
Great. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Kara? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for a
I'll make a
motion.
motion to approve.
I would second that.
We have a motion. We have a second. Oh, Steve, did you have a comment? Thank you. I'm
Yeah,
looking
I
here for
was
hands and he's-
thinking,
Too late.
perhaps Kara could give a brief description of the project for the public's benefit. We are all familiar with it, but members of the public are probably not yet at this point.
Absolutely. I am happy to try. I'm not the engineers that know a lot of this, but the project is to bring, the long-term project is to do integrated clean energy across 4 different public service facilities in the ABC to really build up resiliency and clean energy. And this really for the public comes actually on the heels of the Lake Christine fire when we were threatened with losing all of our power. And really kudos to RMI and Holy Cross Energy of how do we create resiliency for our community in the case of a power outage while also doing it to meet all of our collective climate initiatives and climate action goals. And so this is a partnership with Holy Cross Energy, RAFTA, the airport, and Pitkin County to create a distributed energy system of clean energy that would bring solar panels and battery storage that for those key public facilities that would run really on no limited time frame. That if we had power, we would not necessarily need to go to diesel or anything, but that we would be able to continue to withstand those key infrastructure pieces.
And Kara, would you mention the 4 facilities so the public knows who we're partners with?
Yes. So the 4 facilities would be Pitkin County Public Works, Pitkin County Airport, so going underneath the ABC, the Holy Cross Energy Substation, and the RAFTA Bus Barn, as well as now integrating in the Holy Cross, I can never remember the official title, the solar farm out at the Aspen Sanitation District will be the main power source initially, while putting in additional solar panel across those different facilities moving forward.
Great, thank you. Good idea, Steve. Thank you for bringing that up. Any other questions or comments now? I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, next item on our agenda is, it is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing and accepting the Deer Hammer property conservation easement and Lime Creek access. And I believe Paul is here with us. He is our open space and trails conservation easement expert.
Thank you, Patty. Yeah, I'm Paul Singer, the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator. You all saw this item quite recently, January 26th. Stanley Deerhammer had his limited conservation development parcel established, and as part of that deal, we were encumbering the property with a conservation easement, and he also offered a access and recreation easement along Lime Creek, which flows through his property. So I'm going to share my screen here so you can get a sense of where this is, because it's in a part of the county that we don't usually get to see. You all can see, I can see you can. This is the Picken County line right here, so it's right at the top of the county. This is Rudye Reservoir here, and the towns of Meredith and Thomasville are right here and here. The Eagle Thomasville Road cuts through the property for a bit, but that's where it's located. I'm going to switch to another map here that's a little more close up so we can all see it a little better. Here's the property itself. This is that Eagle Thomasville Road, and it starts going through the property right about here, and Lime Creek travels through the property, which is where we are going to obtain that access and recreation easement. I saw on the agenda the title is not quite right, so I'll make sure that's changed for the second reading. We've dedicated or established that the parking area for this easement is going to be right here, right along the road. Folks will be able to access either through to this, through the creek here, or even just through the neighboring Forest Service, or even from the bridge. But the entirety of the property is going to be encumbered with a conservation easement as well. It's got great habitat quality. The Frying Pan River flows through the edge of the property here. Stanley is going to maintain a building envelope around the existing structures. He's got some agricultural structures here. We're going to limit the amount of additional structures to what is on the property for agriculture, and he has a residence here that's being, it's reserving the right to expand it. I can't remember what that square footage is, but it's not to the maximum. It's not very, very large at all. I can get that number for you here. Like I said, we've all seen this pretty recently, and we're ready to make this easement happen, both of them, and get it on the books so Stanley can obtain his TDRs and continue having fun out there. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
Okay, Steve, please.
Paul, I found one place that the wording was confusing. It might need a couple additional words. It's on, let's see, page 64 of our packet. In the conservation easement, it's, let's see, what section? Permitted and prohibited uses.
Sure.
And then there's accessory structures and improvements, subtitle B under the activity envelope. So do you see that?
Page 64.
Yeah, I know the section.
Okay, and then it says grant or reserves. It has to do with the square footage of the accessory structures.
Right.
And it says repurpose up to the accessory structures inside an activity envelope in the very last part of that. I think it probably should say up to the existing square footage or something to that effect to be proper.
Yeah, it will. We're actually waiting for an official survey so we can both input the acreage of the activity envelope and the actual square footage of those buildings, so there's no guessing down the road.
Okay, and that, maybe you meant to have like a dashed line there that to fill in the existing square footage or something.
Yeah, I think we just had that in there as a place saver, but yeah, we're waiting right now, working with Patrick and with Stanley Deerhammer to get those numbers, just so we're not hunting it down the road. We want to have that number in there instead of saying, you know, the existing.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I guess I'll comment.
Go ahead, please.
This is the easy part of this transaction, the conservation easement. That's what it's about. That's why we're doing this whole thing with Stanley. And God knows I certainly like Stanley. There's not a more likable person in the valley. But I do want to reiterate my concerns about our trading TDRs for conservation easements. And I'm looking for the generosity of spirit from somebody who's willing to do a conservation easement without receiving millions and millions of dollars worth of TDR, which increases the square footage somewhere else in the valley. So I was a no vote for the TDRs, and that's fine. I'm willing to acquiesce to the will of the board, and congratulations to Stanley, but I'm holding my breath that we're going to figure out a way to do these conservation easements without increasing square footage somewhere else. So I'm obviously going to vote for this. Like I say, this is the easy part. This is conservation easement and Lime Creek access, which are the really positive aspects of this whole story. But I just want to go on record again saying I am really concerned about this process.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Any other, Greg, please.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Francie said so articulately. I think that there's a lot of room for improvement in the way we negotiate and put TDRs out there. I think it's going to change the perceived value and the market value and in the community, in rural parts of the community, in ways that might surprise us or might be counterproductive. So I really think that we need to look at the whole TDR program with much more scrutiny going forward. Otherwise, I have to say I fear a TDR gold rush. I could be, my sentiments could be, maybe I need to learn more about them, but I'm just not convinced this is the best thing. As Francie says, it's going to land 7,500 square feet of floor space somewhere in somewhere on this side of the valley, no doubt. Thank you.
But not in Aspen.
Not in Aspen proper.
But, yeah, not
Steve,
in the Aspen
thank you.
area, right? So
I keep looking here and he keeps raising his hand there. Steve, you're just doing that to confuse me. Okay, Steve, please. I'll catch up
Thank
to
you. Well, we're kind of going down a rabbit hole here, but I do want to point out that John McBride did the conservation easement on his ranch without any monetary value given to him whatsoever by the county. So there is, that was about 2,500 acres or something. So there are people doing that. Also, I do want to point out that we have a conservation easement on our ranch on Capitol Creek. And in looking at this one of Stan Deerhammer's on the Frying Pan River, I kind of have reestablished this connection to Stan just from years and years ago when, as I told him, last time I met him was when I tackled him in the backfield at a football game in high school. It was that long ago. But Stan and I think, are really similar type of people who our main goal has been the preservation of our land and keeping it as much like it is as possible. And I think this, and also sharing the land to some extent with other people through his giving the fishing easement on Lime Creek. So I really appreciate the fact that we're getting this conservation easement on that land. And what really struck me when we did the site visit was when you are in Thomasville and you look up the valley, the predominant bit of land that you are looking at is actually the Deerhammer property. And that that view looking up from Thomasville is going to be largely unchanged because of him wanting to keep it the way it is. So kudos to Stan for doing that, and I'm glad to help enable him to do this conservation easement. Thank you.
Kelly, please.
Sure, I'll be quick. I very much agree with my colleagues that the TDR program has a lot of opportunity to strengthen and maybe revalue how those TDRs are applied. And I look forward to that conversation, which will be a community conversation as we embark on growth management and the interaction that TDRs have with growth management. I do continue to think it's a really important tool for conservation that gives us more conserved lands than only our open space fund would be able to pursue. So I'm glad we do have two really great tools at our behest, and agree that there is some improvement for that program. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Deerhammer for pursuing this.
And for putting up with us on the site visit. But I want to thank him also. I think the public needs to know that he voluntarily significantly reduced the square footage of development on the property, including that he had pretty much unlimited square footage he could do for agricultural facilities, barns, etc. And he chose to just keep the existing square footage that he's got on the property. That was huge. I'm very excited about the recreation easement, or what we used to refer to as fishing easements, on that little stretch of Lime Creek when it enters into the Frying Pan. It's a great amenity of the communal. It's beautiful up there. It's a beautiful drive. It's beautiful, and it was really a great day that we spent up there with Mr. Deerhammer and his parrot. Macaw, what was it? What was that? Bird, his very big bird who says, "Hello, come in," when you walk in the door and you think somebody's home, and it's the bird. He's quite the character, both Mr. Deerhammer and his friend. I'm going to bring it back to the board. If there's no further comments or questions, this will be set for second reading and public hearing on March the 23rd. If anyone would like to make a motion.
Did we have one already?
No.
I'll move
So
to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve on first reading the ordinance of the board authorizing and accepting the Deerhammer property conservation easement and Lime Creek access.
I will second.
And then staff will be bringing back the additional information on second reading, right, Paul?
Correct, yes, and I already see that. The house is restricted to 1,750 square feet total.
Great.
So that's that. And that recreation easement is actually the Lime Creek access and recreation easement. So I'll change that in the ordinance.
Great.
Or in the agenda item. I also had fishing easement on that draft access easement as well, so I'll fix that. But yeah, I will
Thank you.
see you the 23rd.
I think the public needs to know, when we were getting fishing easements, we had some members of the public concerned because there were people on the fishing easements without a fishing pole. They were using a fishing easement, so now we call them recreation easements, so people can actually enjoy those stretches of river without a fishing pole, or my son would say a fly rod, Mom. So, okay, so I have a motion and I have a second.
I
You
just
have more
wanted,
comment?
just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that, Paul, you caught Steve's comment earlier regarding the up to, just the verbiage on that.
Yeah, that'll be corrected when they
Just wanna
get
make
the
sure,
actual
yeah,
survey and
it's
square
that
footage.
it's very clear.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, now I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
All right,
Congratulations,
we
Stan.
are now moving on to our next section, which it's listed on here, individual consideration items, public hearings, one reading. That we can cross off because underneath it, we were actually going to individual consideration items, public hearings, second readings. Item number 6 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign an amendment to passenger facility charge, or PFCs, application number 15-09-C-00 at the Aspen Airport with the Federal Aviation Administration to reflect a change in project scope. And we have Dan Bartholomew. For the public who doesn't know, Dan is our new airport director. And it's good to see you again today.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you. Nice to see you as well. So as mentioned, this is really a reduction in the amount that this passenger facility charge application held. We had a change in scope from the standpoint of we purchased some different types of snow removal equipment at the airport than we originally were planning to purchase with the original passenger facility charge application. We just realized that certain pieces of equipment were better on the airfield than others, but this resulted in a cost reduction of $155,455 in the purchase of that snow removal equipment. There was also a change in the amount of funds that were needed to conduct some environmental work, environmental assessments for the airfield, and that was an additional reduction of $430,945 for a total reduction in this PFC of $586,400. So we're required by Federal Aviation Administration regulations to go through a process to amend the passenger facility charge application, which this does, and get a signature and respond to them accordingly. There is no budget or financial implications of doing this. All passenger facility charges are not considered enterprise funds or general funds. They're an airline fee, so to speak, that we can utilize for certain airport projects. So there's no financial impact to the county at all from this. So with that, I'm requesting that you adopt the resolution to amend this passenger facility charge amendment and allow us to forward it to the FAA.
Good. Greg, I saw your hand.
Yeah, Dan, could you just
Gotcha,
explain, is there a consequence in the actual charges that passengers from the airport will pay?
No. So every segment into and out of the Aspen-Pitney County Airport has a fee of $4.50. So this doesn't change that amount. It changes the amount that is available to us in the future to be able to use passenger facility charges for other projects. So it has a net positive impact for us in the future.
Question. Any other questions or comments? Steve, I got you here on my list. Just want to make sure the board's not raising hands over here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan, I'm curious about the different types of snow removal equipment. I presume that you still have plows and you still have a blower. You're just not getting additional ones. But then I started wondering because snowplow kind of equipment can beat up the pavement on a runway or a roadway, and using the different kinds of equipment, what is the most gentle on, preserving the pavement on the runway?
Sure. No, that's a good question. There really isn't a type of snow removal equipment that is gentle on the pavement surface. This one comes down to more of the type of snow events we have. We tend to get a number of lighter snow events, and we'll get heavier snow events that require a plow and a blower, but it's the lighter events that allow us to keep our runways clear, and therefore a broom type, the wire broom reciprocating type units. Those are the type that work best for us. And that's why we added in 2 additional brooms and removed a plow and a blower.
Well, I think.
Okay, and one more question. I remember with street sweepers when I was a kid, they would leave little metal, the little parts of the street sweeper would be left on the street, which we would collect all the time when I was a kid. So what happens with, do any parts of the broom get left on the runway? Is that any threat to the tires of the airplanes, or do they not fall off with these new higher tech brooms, I'm sure, than there used to be?
Sure. They will occasionally, we'll lose a bristle or 2 on the runway, but we do inspections. So when we find those, we'll go back in and collect them to make sure they don't become what we call foreign object debris or FOD. That's an impact to the tires and or an engine.
Okay. Is that good, Steve? I just think it's important to know that we're ordering one new Oshkosh, Bagash series runway sweeper, so.
Which is
I
not
think
a pair
that's
of
great. It must be
overalls.
coming from someplace in the Midwest.
Coming from Wisconsin.
It does. Yes.
All right, thank you. So, no further questions then. So this is a public hearing, and I'm going to open this item to members of the public. Anyone wishing to comment on this item, please come forward. Are we seeing anybody on, we got to check all of our opportunities for public comment here. We have 23 people online here. I have a feeling I know what they're here for. Give everybody a minute to see if anybody wants to comment. Skylar, you seen anybody?
Do not.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back and close the public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion or further comments and questions.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of authorizing the chair to sign an amendment to passenger facility charge application number 15-09-C-00 with the Federal Aviation Administration to reflect a change in project scope.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Francie, a second by Greg. No further comment. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
Thanks,
Aye.
thanks, Dan. All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Our next item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County amending resolution number 150-2018, authorizing an agreement between the Pickens County Commissioners and Mountain Rescue Aspen for provision of search and rescue services. And Kathy, you're here with us today, and Alex is working.
Yes, I apologize on behalf of Alex. He conveys his regrets at not being able to join us today. And Patty, I'm so sorry about your mom.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have a presentation. Are there any changes from the first reading?
There are not, no.
So do you want to just give a brief description of this agreement, just so the public is aware? That would be terrific.
Yes, certainly. So historically, Mountain Rescue Aspen was afforded workers' compensation coverage that would cover all of their volunteers while they were out on specific assignments that the sheriff's office would oversee. And it was combined with the county's workers' compensation insurance. And as of November 15, 2021, they now have an independent freestanding policy that covers their volunteers not only while they're out on a specific assignment, but also while they're training or preparing or essentially doing anything to support a Mountain Rescue Aspen. So we essentially just bifurcated their coverage, took it out of the county's master work comp policy, and purchased a separate standalone policy for them. That policy will no longer be subject to the deductible that the county was subject to historically with them. And it's actually $1 coverage for them. So Alex and I are proposing this just to sync up the language in the agreement with the current state of their insurance.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from the board? I do want to thank Mountain Rescue for all their efforts and their work. They go out in unforeseen conditions and risk and do amazing work for the people in this community and put themselves on the edge. And we really appreciate their efforts. They are amazing men and women with good support from their families and their children. And I think this community should be very proud of our ability to have Mountain Rescue help us with search and rescue efforts. And they also reach across to our neighboring counties, depending upon where the situation might be located. So it's a great organization, and we thank them. And we're glad we're able to work with them on these efforts. Okay, this is a public hearing.
You said it for all of us, Patty. Thank you.
I'm going to open. I didn't cry either. I'm going to open the public hearing. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda? We're going to scroll through our growing list of people attending our meeting. Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
All right, I will move to approve the resolution amending resolution 150-2018, authorizing an amended agreement between Pickens County Commissioners and Mountain Rescue for provision of search and rescue services.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Kelly and a second by Greg. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Steve. All right, moving along. Thank you. Our next item,
Thank you.
we are now skipping 8. We are moving to the resolution approving Water Gap Ranch. Do we need to take a vote to table? Or is it just come
No,
through?
no need to take a vote. Right, basically at this point, we're working with them to bring forward a revised application under a different process. So this application will be tabled, a different application will come back before you.
Okay, Kelly.
I wonder if you want to just explain for folks who didn't join us right at noon that we will get to short-term rentals.
Okay.
Just move
Yeah,
it.
because Grassroots is running it too on their screen, so, yeah, so everyone who is on our list of attendees, we are going to move through our land use items before we address the short-term rental ordinance, and we're moving along much quicker than we thought we would today, so we're moving along nicely. This item before us now will be tabled. It'll be brought back to us in a different form at a future date. So we don't need to take any action on that. We have one more item, and then we'll get to short-term rentals for all those so anxious to speak to us. So the next item then is we're going to be continuing. It's the Highland Bavarian Ranch subdivision major amendment to detailed submission and final plat, activity envelope, site plan review, special review, GMQS exemption for a caretaker dwelling unit. This is going to be continued to 4/13/22, and Leslie Lamont is the planner. Is Leslie? There she
I
is.
saw her on as an attendee. Okay.
Yeah. She's got her hand raised because she can't get on, so we're moving her over.
But I can.
And this is to discuss a site visit? Did that come up
Right, we
with the
just wanted
board?
to ask if you all would like to schedule a site visit before you hear the application on the 14th of April.
It's the same site most of us already visited?
Right, I think a number of you, saw it. Again, they're now doing the site plan review for the ranch parcel, locating the residents, ag buildings, all of those kinds of things. So we just didn't know if you would like to, get out there before the hearing. Up Castle Creek Road. This is the Highland Bavarian Ranch, the Highland Bavarian Lodge.
It's a beautiful site, an old historic
property,
building.
Right. You might be the only one who did not get to go
Right.
Previously. So
I'd like to go, but it's gonna be close, because I'm gonna be out of town from the 17th to the 26th, but we can make
I
it
guess,
work.
right, if we can, just get the idea if we want a group site visit or not, and if not, if just Francie would like to go, we can coordinate with you individually.
Do any other members of the board?
I'd like to go. I never did the original group site visit, if
Okay.
there was one, so I'd do it. If we can coordinate, but if not, I can go by myself as well.
I would go again. So Leslie does have her hand
Leslie,
up.
I see your hand up. Yes, please, Leslie.
Yes, hi. One of the reasons for the site visit is the location of the existing barns is being proposed in a new location. And if that's important to all of you and you want to see it, then we could get some story poles up and some flagging for you to see this location.
Okay, so does the board, let's do one item here at a time. Does the board, who's interested in doing a site visit? I've got Francie and Greg, Kelly, Steve. So let's work that out, and I will come if it's possible. If not, I'm really familiar with the property. And part of the site visit, would you like story poles?
Yes.
Does the board want story poles up for the site visit?
I could probably work with a photograph and a marked map, but either way.
Leslie, what do you recommend? I guess not being familiar with what the changes from the application to application would be. I know the last time we went, I believe there were story poles that were up.
Last time you went, the story poles were up on a different parcel.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to P&Z review of this current application, story poles went up, and it resulted in relocating the barns to Plan B. So personally, I think it would be important for you to see these story poles. They don't have to be as extensive as they were before, but I think if you're going to do a site visit, then I think we should do the full thing.
Okay.
Okay, so we're doing a site visit with story poles. And I will join but, work with the four, and if I can tag along, I'll work it out. Okay.
This was
So-
my first site visit of office.
Was going
I
up
went
there?
with Suzanne,
Susan.
6 months pregnant, in snowshoes, and
right.
3 feet of snow.
Right.
It'll be a little
that
easier
again.
this time.
So how can we top that one? I don't know. So
There will be a lot of snow up there.
we are going to, now we're going to continue this until April 13th, correct, Leslie?
Yes.
And hopefully we'll have the
Yes.
site visit organized between now and then. So do I have a motion to continue? Oh, this is public hearing. Thank you. This is a public hearing, even though we're continuing it, we will continue the public hearing till the April 13th. Are there any members of the public? Glenn Horn, I see you there. Glenn, did you want to say anything? Or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. We're scrolling through our continuing to grow list. Continuing to grow. And I don't think we're seeing anybody. Okay, we are not seeing anybody. I will continue this public hearing along with this item, but I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion or comment? Thank you, Suzanne and Leslie. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Okay, now we're moving on to the Woody Creek Commune. You guys are gonna love this. Woody Creek Commune 1 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 2 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 3 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 4 LLC. Activity envelope and site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC Resolution 109/2001 as amended. This item it was continued from January 26th, 2022. Today is a final reading, hopefully, and it's also a public hearing. And we have Tammy with us. Hi, Tammy. It's nice to see you.
Hey, nice to see you guys. So if this application seems familiar, it should be. It was first submitted in 2019. And it has been continued a number of times and changed ownership during that time too. So just to refresh your memory real quick on the screen here, get it up. Okay, is a map of the parcel, which is approximately 3 miles up Woody Creek Road from the intersection of Upper River Road and Woody Creek. It contains approximately 244 acres. This parcel has a pretty lengthy and unique land use history, which I won't get into because we did cover that in the previous meetings. But as you can see, again, here's the parcel, and it's divided into actually 4 parcels. But for the land use regulation purposes, it's considered 1 parcel pursuant to a negative covenant that was recorded in 2001. So you'll also see in yellow some individual activity envelopes, 1 through 11. So like I said, I'm not going to go into all the background, and it is quite complicated, but if you guys have any questions or have forgotten some of the specifics, just let me know. So what the applicant is requesting, like Patty said, is basically that envelopes 5, 7, and 8, which haven't been developed, that they may be developed with single-family residences, and that they can utilize a TDR to do that, and that TDR would be valued at 5,750 square feet for that initial development, right? They're also asking that the floor area that was allowed in 2005 continue to be allowed. Additionally, they're requesting approval to adjust floor of the envelopes, which it's hard to see on the screen, and I'm happy to zoom in because this is a big parcel. To adjust 4 of the envelopes that were located in 2001 to be relocated outside of the floodplain, and that's to comply with the current land use code. Additionally, they're also requesting site plan review approval for, it's also shown on the screen, for envelope 7, and that's to construct 2 agricultural barns, one of which would contain a CDU. And then lastly, a big request is the 10-year vested property right with that. So at the last meeting, board discussed quite a lot, and it seemed that everything was pretty resolved. Some of the things that were discussed were short-term rentals, commercial uses, and special events. And so all those conditions and what was discussed has been drafted in the conditions in the draft resolution in the packet. So the primary reason that the board did continue the meeting today was to allow the applicant some time to work with staff, specifically the open space and trails staff, to refine the conservation easement that they had proposed. So here on screen we have what they had previously come forth with, which was a conservation easement, which is shown in green, which totaled approximately 134 acres. And it was discussed by the board placing the easement over the entire property. There was also some discussion about bridging some of the riparian areas, those gaps in the riparian areas. And so the applicant did work with Paul Holsinger and Open Space and Trails, and they have come forth with this new proposal, which now encompasses 144 acres. And the main difference is basically an additional 10 acres right here where the cursor is, and also along here, which just brings that easement down closer to the valley floor. So I guess, with that, I'll let the applicant really speak to the reason why they are choosing this area and why they're doing these additional 10 acres. They have stated that obviously this is a conceptual site plan, and if the board wants to move forward with this plan, they'll prepare a survey, and they have an ecologist on board ready to go to do a baseline report when that's needed. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn Horn or Jocelyn Wood to speak on behalf of the owner. And I believe we also have Paul Holsinger in the meeting here. Can't see him, but if you have questions about his work with the applicant, I think he's on as well.
Okay, but before we get started with Glenn or Jocelyn or Paul, Francie, did you have a question?
Yes, one of the things we had discussed was combining that bifurcated section in the middle and making that one big easement, and I see it's still bifurcated and does not include the waterway, and I'm just wondering if somebody could speak to that, because that was a concern that we don't have access to the waterway reserved here for wildlife or anything else.
So for clarification, are you talking between the parcel furthest that's over on the flat pasture land, and then up there's that little ridge you can see?
No, I'm talking about the very center ones where we had talked about bringing the two parcels together to include the creek, or I guess it's called a creek area, so that would be one solid chunk of conservation easement between
right
the
in the center.
6.9 acre and the 10.5 and the 17.8, that section.
Okay. Glenn, can you address that, or?
Sure.
Jocelyn?
I can address that. My name is Glenn Horn, for the record. I represent the applicant. And I think Tammy summarized quickly the site plan, which we've discussed a couple of times. Responding to Francie's question, what we did with this center envelope is we took it all the way to Woody Creek. And the only land that is not in the easement in that center parcel that you're talking about is the land that would be on the north side of the creek between the road and the creek. But all of the riparian land in the creek bottom is there. The reason why we didn't extend it all the way to Woody Creek Road is there's an internal ranch road on the north side of the creek that is on that land. I'll call it the gap land between the road and the creek. We did extend the boundaries of this center conservation easement in a down valley and up valley direction. And we also eliminated the building envelope that was there and moved that to the far up valley end of the property. So those are the changes that were made. We also expanded the size of the conservation easement on the down valley side of the ranch to enlarge it by about 10 acres.
Thank you, Glenn.
Good. Mr. Board, any other
And so-
board questions before we let?
Can I ask one, Glenn? Just looking at the map, I was trying to figure out what there's a black line there. Is that that kind of cuts through that building envelope in that little gap area? And I thought that was the creek at first. It's not, right? Is that maybe the road or a tree fence or something?
That's the parcel boundary. That black line where I think Tammy's got her pointer.
Right.
That's just the parcel boundary.
Okay. No, actually, I'm comparing the older, the 134 acre one with the current one. I guess that there's a line in there. So where it bisects that building envelope, what happens with the building envelope?
Oh, it's gone, Greg. We moved that
Okay.
envelope out of there, and it's on the far up valley end. Tammy, maybe you can point to where it is, on the one on the far up.
So this one here is moved up to here.
Great, thank you.
And
Overall, what we try to do is, get all of the sensitive riparian lands, and we just kept that road outside of the easement.
and the land above that little black parcel boundary, is that Forest Service?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Glenn.
Yeah, I can respond to other questions. The primary outstanding issue that we had, other than this map, is the language of the conservation easement, which Jocelyn has been working on and off since the last meeting with Paul Holsinger to come up with the language of the easement itself. And then Jocelyn and Paul are both prepared to discuss any issues with the conservation easement language.
Yeah, I think that we have worked with Open Space and Trails and have come up with an easement that they are satisfied with as far as what restrictions the conservation easement will impose on the property. Paul, that's correct. Are you satisfied that any remaining issues are quite minor and can be tweaked by resolving the language of the easement that we have?
Yeah, thanks, Jocelyn. We just talked about it yesterday, actually, with Glenn and Danielle, who works in Jocelyn's office. And I'm quite pleased with the language, especially with the language that talks about irrigated acreage and agricultural protection. It also incorporates managing those ag fields for wildlife as well, which I thought was quite progressive, and I was happy to see. So there were a few things that we're working on, but nothing that is insurmountable, just a few minor issues that I think we're going to get past pretty easily.
Kelly, please.
I think we would propose that if the board is prepared to approve the ordinance, that approval could be subject to the finalization of the conservation easement, and we would work to get that done. We will also need a baseline report for the conservation easement, which we cannot really do until a little bit later in the spring, once the riparian plants, are sort of available for our ecologists to look at, as well as the legal description of the conservation easement, which will need to be surveyed and which we're prepared to do, but our surveyors tell us we can't really do until a little bit more of the snow is gone from those areas.
Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. So I just a couple questions. So I want to understand procedurally, we would see the conservation easement in the language that you guys are hammering out in a separate ordinance, correct? And then we would also see any building site plan for each of these different activity envelopes would have to come through ComDev separately. Is that correct as well?
Through ComDev, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, not necessarily to the BOCC for
Absolutely.
site plan review, but yeah.
Unless there's issues, and then it could come to
Right,
us.
right.
So we're not reviewing the conservation easement at this time, as we just did with Deer
Correct.
Hammer.
That
It
would
was
come
after the
back.
approval, and then the
Exactly.
conservation easement came back to us separately.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, help me, I think I maybe have lost some of this last conversation in our hearing because it came after our last short-term rental meeting, and then we did this. So, I'm wondering, why, again, because ordinarily don't we do a conservation easement on the whole parcel and then carve out the things? Like, we would ordinarily carve out an activity envelope for the, road that Glenn pointed out, and these others for future and current homes as well. So why are we doing that differently here?
I can add a little bit to that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We can do it all sorts of different ways, especially, you just saw Deer Hammer, we encumbered the entire property and then just define the activity envelope and what can happen that way. I think in this case, the landowner, and Glenn can correct me, but they have their building envelopes, but there may be a point down the future where they might adjust how those look once they go through site plan and figure out what they want to do with those developable areas. So we're leaving that flexibility. And to your point about the road, yeah, we can certainly commemorate where that road goes through that gap area if you'd like to do that and if you'd like to push for that.
Okay, yeah, Francie, please.
I just wondered, does Glenn want to respond to that a little bit? I mean, the conservation values I think here are worthy of the easement, so I'm not questioning that. I'm just sort of curious, is it just the flexibility that the owner is hoping to retain there?
If I could jump in, we have so many improvements that are in and around some of those existing envelopes that we felt like we didn't really want to miss anything in the carve out process as far as fire suppression systems that are in and around the existing envelopes and roads, the existing septic systems, the various things that are both underground and above ground. And so we felt like rather than blanketing the property and then carving out all of the existing improvements, it would be easier just to donate the easement, on the property where we know, there will be no uses.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Glenn, can you add to that?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is what happened is the conservation easements are coming in after, like years after the property was planned. So what we're trying to do is keep some flexibility around the existing activity envelopes for any tweaks that might occur, but to try to identify all of the valued conservation lands that are suitable for conservation, and that's what we've done.
Okay.
You good, Kelly?
I can understand that, yeah.
Francie?
Thank you.
Yeah, if you guys would just remind me, I think I remember that really this easement is, they're offering this easement in part because they want to have an extended tenure for the development rights. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's partially because of the extended vesting. That is part of the reason.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other
And
questions?
there are no TDRs in exchange for this conservation
I
easement.
know, I
Just-
love it, but they are landing some TDRs there, are they not?
Well, if there are any to be landed in the future, there could be one landed here. It's a receiving site. It's definitely not a sending site for
Yeah.
TDRs.
Yeah, no, I'm very aware of that and very happy about that. Thank you, Jocelyn.
I have a question about that, Suzanne, the TDR expert. That TDR would have to come from the Woody Creek area, is that right, to land in Woody Creek?
I don't think,
I thought Woody Creek kind of,
no. I mean, there may be a recommendation in their master plan. It is not codified.
Okay.
So the code does not require that.
Okay.
And I couldn't remember if their approval, if they'd made some.
yeah, for some reason I remember
specify
that.
But I don't think so.
And clarify my question, that we don't land TDRs for development, for new sites, right? This is carrying over from their prior
Exactly, in the
approval
rural
when we
area.
allowed that.
In the rural area, yes.
Right,
that's-
okay, thanks.
yes.
It's been going on for a long time. I've known this property for a long time. Any other questions here? And then we'll let Glenn, is there more presentation, and Jocelyn?
Not for me. Jocelyn, do you have anything else?
No, I just want to thank you all for being so patient with this process, and our client is happy, I think, with the granting of this easement and the, the rights that they will be receiving in exchange. And, we're looking forward to getting it done. And as I mentioned, we have surveyors and the ecologists standing by, ready to work and to do this as soon as the weather allows. And we're happy to move forward. I'm not exactly sure how we delay or postpone the approval, the ordinance for the approval of the conservation easement when, we don't quite know exactly when we're going to be able to complete those things. Tammy, maybe you can let us know.
Yeah, we could definitely put that as a condition, refine that condition in there. Not hard to do.
Yeah, and this is Paul again. We're in good shape with the drafting of the easement. So as soon as those due diligence items like the baseline report and survey get done, I'll get it scheduled so we can all take a look at the conservation easement one more time before we finally adopt it as an asset.
I think we gave you 90 days to do a lot of the recording, so we could make that. I don't know if 90 days is enough to do, is far enough out to do the baseline report.
So I have a question. Do we need to add a condition, or do we have a condition under the Deerhammer approval, a time frame for the conservation easement?
Well, so right now, the resolution does have a time frame. That's what Tammy was just saying, that there's a 90-day to submit the development agreement, the covenant agreement, and the conservation easement.
And the conservation easement.
So what we might want to do is extend that time frame a little bit. I don't know where are we now, March? Maybe we say 120 days, because again, that's to submit the documents, and then we can, have the time to take them through the process. So that would probably help. One other thing I just wanted to suggest too, in the recitals, is to acknowledge the applicant's that they're volunteering this conservation easement on the property. We have a condition referencing it, but I think it's helpful to make mention of that in the recitals as well. So
Okay,
we
so
can come up with language for that.
So we'll add that, we'll extend the date to 120 days, because to be totally honest, I would like to see more snow on the ground for longer up there,
me
because we
too.
need the snow. So let's extend it for 120 days, and if we need to extend it because we have too much snow, that would be great. So,
Is that enough for?
is that gonna be enough, Glenn, 120 days out? Paul, we're good?
You never know, but I'm guessing yes, and that puts us into July, I think. And so if, we've got our ecologist standing by, as I said, and our surveyor. So we should be able to complete certainly within that period of time. The other thing I wanted to just remind you is that as part of these approvals, the applicant has again voluntarily agreed to confirm the negative covenant and its applicability to the property. And the negative covenant, as you may recall, imposed certain restrictions on the property, including no further subdivision. So that is just, and it's a pretty large piece of property. So I just wanted to, remind everybody, since we haven't gone through the whole application again during this public hearing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. Any other questions from the board, comments, staff? I do have a question for Jocelyn. Where are you? It looks extremely tropical.
I keep muting because I don't want you to hear the roosters. I'm on the Big Island.
Okay.
Sweet.
Next time, Jocelyn, when you come back, we'll join you there. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I'm working.
In
actually.
120
I'm
days.
working on a property here on a really cool, sustainable agroforestry project. So it's not a pleasure trip, it's a work trip. So.
A pleasurable work trip.
Yeah, well, we can do a site visit with you there for sure, and I'll go on that one. Okay, so we have comments. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open this to the members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda. And we're going to scroll down to our continuing to grow list.
Star 9 raises a hand.
No. So anybody who wishes to comment, it's star 9.
Star 6.
Star 6 if you're on a Zoom, right? Star 9 on the phone, or vice versa?
If you're on the phone, star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute.
Okay. I'm going to unmute.
We can take a
Anyone in the room?
Anybody in the room wish to comment on this item on our agenda? All right, I'm going to close the public comment, bring it back to the board. Thank you, staff, and thank you, applicant.
I'd be ready to make a motion to whatever I have to say.
How about you could second. So I will make a motion to approve the resolution with amended language to note the voluntary nature of the conservation easement and the extension of the time to submit documents to 120 days. For Woody Creek Coming 1 LLC, Woody Creek Coming 2 LLC, Woody Creek Coming 3 LLC, Woody Creek Coming 4 LLC. There are resolution for activity envelope and site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC Resolution 109-2001.
Well done. I'll second that.
Okay.
Right.
We have a motion, well done, and we have a second, well done. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Greg?
Just only comment that since we have Woody Creek Caucus members in the room, but that they're not speaking is kind of surprising to me on this.
Because you told him to shush, and he took your
I
word.
shushed him.
I got shushed.
Okay, well,
We
didn't,
met with us for a number of hours some months back and reviewed this whole project, and so we've been exposed.
I know, he needs to come forward if he's going to
if
be
you
on
want
the
to
mic.
talk, you got to come up to a microphone.
I'll be shushed.
Sorry.
So we just
Thank
shushed
you,
Woody
just
Creek
checking.
Caucus. That's a first, I think.
Well, you've tried before.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I've closed the public hearing on this item. Steve, please.
Just wanted to say that, this, what we've come up with, I think is a good compromise. If I were the landowner, it would have been different, but it's, I think it's good for the current owners, and I appreciate their efforts to see this through and to come up with a, pretty good solution where all our different concerns were taken into account. And I'm pleased to see the conservation easement in the middle section expanded down to the creek. I think that improves the whole project. So I will vote to approve this.
I have one last question for staff. When are we going to see this application come back to us again to redo?
Don't ask us that question.
I'll ask Glenn and Jocelyn. Okay, we've seen it a few times. It's glad that we're moving forward with it. It's a beautiful piece of property. So I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Vote passes 5-0. Thank you very much. So now we are to our main item of the day, I believe, and it is our discussion about the ordinance regarding short-term rentals. Does the board want to take a little 10 minutes so we can come back in and move it forward?
Please.
Okay, so grassroots, we're going to 10? Is that good?
5 is okay with me.
Let's take
10's
10. We'll take 10. Thank you, grassroots. And we will be back, we promise.
All right. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Yeah. They may have a copy up there someplace.
Any printed.
Hey, how's it going?
What did you want? What did you want? Welcome. Today is March the 9th, 2022. This is a continuation of the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting. We have a last item on our regular agenda, and it is a very important item. It is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to the licensing and regulation of short-term rentals of lodging units and residential properties. Cindy Huben would like to make a little introduction here before we start.
Before we get started, the board had authorized us to hire a short-term rental manager, and I'd like to introduce Jeanette Musio, who's with us here today.
Welcome.
So just a quick introduction of the masked woman.
I saw you upstairs. I was wondering if that was you. Welcome.
So that was it.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. So how we're going to do this process, and John Neely, jump in if I am missing anything. We're going to start with the presentation by staff, and then I'm going to bring it back to the board, and we may discuss one or two items that are pointed out by the county attorney and staff before we open it to public comment. Public comment will be taken. Each member of the public who wishes to speak, I will rotate between who I have online, either on phone or on a Zoom meeting, and then we'll rotate it with the people who are here in the room, and I will just kind of go row by row so that we can spread it out. Each member gets 3 minutes. There's a timer sitting right straight in front of me next to Skylar here. And when the timer will be set for 3 minutes, and at 2 minutes, it gives us a little warning. So you know you have 1 minute left to wrap up. And I do apologize ahead of time for interrupting. I will let you know when you have 1 minute left, and I will let you know when you have no time left, and so we can get things moving along. We would appreciate people who we've received many written comments. We had a volume of comments come in today that I don't know if they're still getting them because we've been in a meeting and we have not been pulling up my email, but I want the public to know they're going into a public records file. The Board of Commissioners takes these comments seriously. We read and review them. We appreciate people taking the time to submit their concerns, their comments, and their suggestions. And we really appreciate people who are here today, taking the time to drive, I think, a lot from Redstone to make the journey up here to be with us in the room today. We greatly appreciate that. Public comment is an important part of the BOCC's decision, and we do not take it lightly. I want people to know we listen very carefully. I will be making my notes for issues that I think stand out that may need further discussion. So I think that's a pretty simple process. We'll see how it goes, and hopefully it goes smoothly. If somebody says something in your agreement, rather than repeat it all, if you want to say I agree with what was said by, about this, or if you have something new to add, we would appreciate you adding whatever you feel is important and of concern to you. Kelly.
I just want to add another comment that to be very clear that any regulations we adopt only apply in unincorporated Pickens County, because I know we've received a lot of comments from people concerned in the city of Aspen and Snowmass Village. Those municipalities are having their own separate conversations about their own regulations on those topics. What we do here will not affect those. And so folks who have called in may be concerned that that's what we're discussing, and I just want to be very clear that it is not.
And one other thing, depending upon how this hearing goes today and where the board ends up at the end of the conversation, we may choose to continue this for another reading. We will continue public comment to go along. We think this issue is of importance enough to not end public comment until we're done. And we may or may not be done at the end of today. We may be just providing staff with direction to move us forward. So we're going to play it by ear, see how it goes. I also want to mention that, and I will mention this probably again at other times in this discussion, this is technically a living document. This is a document that we will more than likely be bringing back and reviewing in a time frame, maybe 6 months, maybe in a year if issues come up, or we're seeing things that need to be added or deleted or just modified in the regulation, if the regulation does move forward and the board does give approval. So we're going to just see how it goes. So I'm going to turn this over to Cindy Huben and to John Ely. So John, is John taking the lead? All right. Mr. Ely.
Thanks, Patty. Good afternoon. I think maybe the best thing I could do first is to recap how we got to where we are right now and what the process is for going forward. So this is, as Patty announced the item, an ordinance to amend the Pickens County Code. It seems that some of the comments conflate the county code with the land use code. This is not a land use code action. It is not based upon the authority of the county to act in regards to developmental controls or zoning or planning. This is a function of the county's general police power, which was expanded in the year 2020 by the state legislature, and authority to act in this regard was delegated to the various counties in the state at that time. What we have done up to this point is that we have accepted, when I say we, I mean the BOCC. The BOCC has accepted on first reading an ordinance that would amend the code and would establish a regulation for the licensing and regulating of short-term rental activity. That ordinance with the regulation attached was accepted back in December and was discussed in January. It was moved to today's date without any action taken to modify the original accepted language. And so therefore where we are is in a second reading of the regulation and ordinance. Pursuant to the county's home rule charter, which dictates how we act here today in exercising the authority that's been delegated by the state to us, we have quite a bit of decisions to make in the formulation of the regulation based upon comments and discussion at previous meetings and by the board and the public comment that has been received up to this point and continues to come in, as Patty mentioned. Therefore, if the board made every decision that is out there in relation to the language of this regulation today, we would not be in the position to enact this ordinance today. We simply can't do it. What we will have to do at the end of today, and hopefully we can move it this far, is to not continue the second reading again, but to accept a modified version of the ordinance and regulation as discussed by the board and commented on by the public to a third reading. And at that third reading, where the public comment will still be continued, the board can go forward with either an adoption at that time or perhaps further amendment. So today is not a date for ultimate decisions or ultimate action, but for a furthering discussion on the decision points that have been identified already through public comment and the board's discussion. So I think the place to begin is with the two biggest sticking points, at least that have been discussed up to this point. The county's discussion initiated in short-term rentals with the idea of requiring a licensing process, but that the licensing process would be widely available to anybody who applied, and that the issuance of the licenses would not be heavily discriminated against, and that the regulation would be to primarily bring all of the short-term rental activity under the state sales tax collection authority, and to allow the county to study and analyze short-term rental activity to measure the extent, to measure the impacts, and to continue to develop regulations that may limit that activity or in whatever other aspect would be appropriate as identified by the board sometime in the future. The way the regulation is set up and has not been discussed for any change in this regard is that licenses would be conferred to applicants for short-term rental activity for the duration of 1 year from the issuance of the license. The license, as a function of the county's police power and not as a function of the county's planning or land use authority, is not something that is associated with a vested right. It is not something that is associated with a grandfathering type of a situation that is commonly referred to in the community and in dialogue and referred to the land use code. it is something that has to be applied for every year. So anybody who receives a license, that license allows the short-term rental activity to continue for 1 year in accordance to the terms of the license. And then that individual property owner must come in and apply for a renewal. If not, the license would simply expire and there would be no further ability to use the property for short-term rentals. This method of receiving applications, issuing licenses, and then entertaining renewals allows the county to have a very active ability to continually refine the regulation, as Patty mentioned, and to respond to any particular problems in different areas of the county as it may be needed. It's not something where the county is adopting a regulation and is somehow boxed in against any further amendment or is somehow restricted against evolving the regulation through time. So the regulation evolved up to this point, even before the first reading, in that we went beyond the idea of simply registering or licensing short-term rental activity on various properties, but to actually discriminate when the licenses would be available. And in dialogue with the BOCC and in response to public comment, there were 2 exclusions that were incorporated within the draft language that was accepted at first reading. So the first exclusion had to do with principal residence requirement, and the second had to do with the exclusion of the rural remote zone district. There are many other aspects of the regulation to discuss, but clearly these 2 aspects are the issues or the language of the regulation that have generated the most comments and have generated the most discussion among the board members. So if it's acceptable to the board, it seems to me that we should start at that point. As Patty said, given the fact that we did not move this item beyond the language of the first reading when the ordinance was accepted by the board, it seems to be more logical to let the board have a discussion about these topics and then let the public comment on what that discussion is, because there hasn't been any change to the original language for the public to review and to respond to. So if that's acceptable to the board, let's start with the principal residence aspect of the regulation. Is that okay?
Is that okay with the board? Steve? Okay. Thank you, John.
So as I discussed in the AIS, or the memo that I wrote for the board, the idea of a principal residence came about in discussions and review of public comment, in hearing of and trying to identify and limit adverse impacts from short-term rental activity in individual neighborhoods and in areas of the county in general. So this requirement was set up in the regulation as a general requirement across the board in the county. The idea is that the board was particularly concerned with properties that were being managed by absentee owners, by owners with a corporate persona or presence, properties that were not occupied as residents at any level, and that were being utilized for short-term rental use, which is certainly akin to the type of activity that you would expect for a small lodge, and that it was changing the neighborhood character in various areas of the county from a residential area to a more commercial area, and that was happening without any consideration for zoning or public input on this change of use of properties. And so to get at that, the board talked about a couple of different things in particular, the principal use or principal residence aspect, as well as limiting the number of nights or the number of days that a property could be rented. The board wasn't able to determine a number that would be appropriate, and plus the fact without any particularized discrimination within the issuance of a license for when the rental time would occur, more than likely it can be anticipated that everybody with a license would be renting their properties at the most profitable time, which is the high seasons, and therefore the impacts in various neighborhoods would not be lessened at all, except perhaps a little bit in what's left of our shoulder seasons. So we moved on to the area of a principal residence, just as an acceptance of the fact that if the property was being used by somebody as their principal residence, that is a natural limiting factor as to how many days the property would be available for rental, how much in the way of impacts would be experienced by the surrounding properties or the neighborhood that the short-term rental property was located. The consequence of that is a limitation then on who can apply for a license. It was drafted into the regulation that the applicants for STR licenses would have to be natural people. In other words, an individual person as opposed to a created entity like an LLC or a corporation or a partnership, that it would have to be utilized by the applicant as a principal residence. And that is distinct from a legal residence, although the two terms can be conflated in that the demonstration of principal residence will be required, and that demonstration is typically related to incidences of a legal residence. As well as the applicant having some stake in the property and ownership interest. In other words, somebody that is not simply set up into the property by a different entity, but someone who has a stake of some type in whatever ownership quality is on the property. When I was drafting the regulation, I was trying not to discriminate between the various types of ownership vehicles that might be chosen by our property owners, simply because there are 1,000 different reasons for picking a variety of different vehicles or entities in which to hold property. I have to say that from our experience, from my experience, particularly in this county, apart from property that is held in individual persons' names or multiple individuals' names, the most frequent use of a legal entity to hold property is an LLC, a limited liability corporation, or a family trust. Those two vehicles seem to be the most widely utilized, but it's certainly not exclusive. So without trying to focus on the type of ownership, the emphasis then was placed upon the use, so that we're not really trying to discriminate within the regulation as to how the property is held or what vehicle is chosen by the owners to hold the property, but focus on the impacts that are generated by a type of use. So the principal residence necessitates some person living there at some point in time during the course of the year, which will necessarily limit the number of days that the property is available for rental. However, unlike the straight limitation to a particular number of days, this limitation is only relates to the customs and habits of that principal resident. So the limitation of a property being a principal residence of a natural person is a lot less severe than selecting a number of days for a limitation. So the circumstance, however, has generated some degree of consternation by a variety of different people holding property that would be affected in a way that wasn't necessarily intended by the drafting of the regulation or anticipated. And that was brought out by a number of individuals who were describing ownership circumstances where a property being held by an individual or a family was not being utilized as a principal resident by any of the people who own the property, although they were utilizing the property on a regular basis, and then they were making it available for short-term rental in order to to generate some income, as well as cover the costs of maintenance of the property. In that particular circumstance, also applied to comments that we received for property located in the rural and remote zone district, in that the more rural and remote properties in the county are not particularly suited for a principal residence, particularly if you are an individual owner who is a member of the workforce and just simply can't live in a remote area of the county. And therefore you utilize the property like a principal resident, but you're not there as a principal resident of that property. So in discussions with the public that revealed this type of a situation, our chair suggested a response. So Patty's idea was to carve out a exception to this particular type of limitation. And that exception would focus on properties that have been in the same ownership, trying to recognize properties that are not being held as investments that are looking to maximize their return by renting the property as much as possible, in other words, all year long, and allowing property that has been held in the same name or in the same family for some period of time, a significant period of time, a number of years, to be exempt from this limitation. And coupled with that would be properties that have been rented already in the past for a number of years and have not experienced any complaints or have not generated any injury or impacts to the neighborhood or the area that they're located. And that type of a carve out, so to speak, to the exclusion of having applicants be principal residents could apply to any of the aspects of the regulation as a whole. So so it could apply to rural and remote properties. It could apply to the requirement of having applicants be principal residents of the property that is being applied for a license for STRs, or any other areas within the county that might experience some type of limitation or reduction in the number of licenses that are available. This is it's a good way to move the conversation forward, let's face it. The idea here is that the board needs to remember that the limitation that's been crafted into the draft regulation is a straight out prohibition. It's an inability to apply, as opposed to an ability to apply and then be denied based upon the strength or the particular circumstances of a piece of property. So if the board opens up this preclusion from application to recognize either long-term ownership or previous long-term rental activity on property, it's not that the board is guaranteeing or predetermining that a license is appropriate. It's simply not precluding that property owner or applicant from applying for a license. So to state another way, the draft regulation as written just cuts out a lot of potential applicants by virtue of this principal residence requirement. If we relax that requirement in a manner, as Patty has suggested, for example, or if someone else has a different approach or different idea, then what you're doing is simply allowing a greater class of people to apply. It doesn't necessarily mean that a license will be granted, but it allows them to file an application and have it be determined, have the applicant be able to present their cause as to why it's appropriate to have STR activity on that property and how it's not impactful to a given neighborhood, for example, And it allows, through the noticing procedure that is required for applicants, it allows adjoining property owners or other members of the public to submit comments as to why this particular property that's subject to an application is not appropriate for STR activity. So it's not necessarily opening the floodgates, and it's not necessarily clamping them down. It's simply a determination of who gets to apply for a license. So I think that covers everything that I wanted to say initially concerning the principal residence requirement. I'd like to kick that back to the board and see where the commissioners are on the topic, and if there's a method to move this issue forward one way or the other.
So we're not technically asking for the board to, give a nod of approval, just to maybe provide comment, suggestions, or questions. Mm-hmm. So members of the board, Greg?
Yeah, sure. Just regarding what you've just discussed regarding principal ownership, in thinking about the rural and remote, I think the hesitation or the desire to restrict it in rural remote was a lot due to safety, fire, emergency services, access, things like that. So that would still be a deal breaker, I assume. What you're saying is they could still apply through this process that Patty has suggested, but the application may not go through based on remoteness and access to emergency services. Is that correct?
Correct.
So technically
Unless we just prohibit it.
Yeah.
Unless we just prohibit it
I
altogether.
think that'll be
Right.
another discussion, one of the points that we'll discuss.
That's one of the questions. The other part I wanted to ask was, it seemed like there were a lot of suggestions in here that could be part of the refining process. And what I think I got from you is that you're attempting to simplify it just to get us started. And that some of these things, like the hardship and appeals process, could possibly be part of refining it rather than something at the outset. Or there's some other issues as well. Just thinking that we could, this is a work in process, it's a living document. Is that correct?
Well, certainly everything we do is a living document to some degree, that's for sure. But it's my recommendation certainly that we try with all our effort to get some type of regulation established, because if we don't, then we're simply losing time and sacrificing our ability to have more information available to us, to have more a complete assessment of impacts on the community as a whole at large from this activity. And certainly the activity, because it is not governed by any aspect, excuse me, of the land use code, is an activity that has been going on apace without any regulatory proceedings, without any impact mitigation, without any analytic as far as effects on surrounding properties or the quality of life of various neighborhoods, and that we should do something if at all possible.
Great.
And certainly it's the idea here is not to create the most perfect regulation possible, but to create something that is at least acceptable to or desired by the greatest number of folks in the community, so that we can continue to move something along and to have that something evolve through time.
Could I ask, on that note also, that we don't throw out the idea of a number of days? And I think you considered number of days per year, and that you had very good reasons why that could possibly bite us. Has anybody discussed number of days per month? Is that even practical to think of a limited number of days per month? Because I just wanted to see if that would be part of I'd like to keep it open so that could be part of the conversation.
Well, I'm just going to comment real quickly on that. I think that's something with we gain more data. That's why my suggestion that we revise this, review it in a certain time frame out. When we have more data, we see what the use numbers are. I think that would make better. We'd have some basis to make a decision on year or month or when, because I don't think we really have that information before us. So
I
you,
just want to gather that information, though.
yeah, and
So how
then,
do we
yeah,
gather it
we
if
don't want to lose
prohibit
that
it?
point at all, I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, you, Francie?
Yes, I have 3 questions, and then I want clarification on the entire proposal, sort of in a nutshell. So my first one is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, John, according to our conversation last week, I think there's an error in assuming that there will be fewer days for rental because it's owned by somebody who has their primary residence there. Because I think you told me there's no limit on how much time you have to spend in a residence to call it your primary residence. You can be gone all the time. You just have your, your driver's license and you vote there and you pay taxes on it and those sort of things. Isn't that what you told me? That there's no requirement for how much time you have to spend there?
There is no foundational requirement in the law otherwise to demonstrate a property as your legal residence or that you're using the property as your principal residence. However, the fact is that you must be doing so. And that means you're going to be occupying the property at least some period of time. And it may be a small amount of time depending on your situation, but you'll be there at some point.
Yeah,
And-
that's what I thought that you had said. And so you're there for this limited amount of time, so then you could still rent your place out every other day. So I don't see that as being as restrictive as we think it could be. So that was number one. And then number two, in order to get to where we really want, and especially the people who want restrictions in their neighborhoods, from whom we've heard, it seems to me we could have a question on the application about how much time will you be spending on site? Like, are you ever there? How much time are you there? And that could be something that would determine whether or not they are eligible for a license. It could be a guide, sort of, as they put in their application. And then my third one, the one about if you rent it from somebody for whom it, and then you call that renter, it's his primary residence now, even though the owner of the property is never there, but the tenant is. I am concerned about that. I see huge loophole possibilities with that, where you could have a corporation come in and buy a residence and then rent out one room of it to somebody, and now that's their primary residence, so they can rent out the rest of the house to whomever they want. So I'm a little bit concerned about that one. And then if you would be patient, I would like just a little encapsulation of what we're talking about here. So I've read this a couple of times. I just want to make sure that I'm correct in my reading. So instead of requiring principal residence, we would accept applications basically on any of the properties, and then we would have certain guidelines for whether or not that application actually would be accepted. And one of those could be, how much time do you live on site, or, whatever. Or it could be a history of complaints from neighbors, or it could be that there's no complaints from neighbors, and you've been doing this for 10 years, and all the neighbors are in support of you, so therefore, yes, you can do it. Is that sort of the essence of your proposal, Patty?
No, absolutely not.
Could you clarify then?
My proposal is we have primary residency, but the exception would be for people who have a family history. We have so many people in our communities who've lived here for generations and generations, and their families have passed down these residences to these next generation, and they have a history of renting them because they may not have, times have changed as far as financial resources. So those people could come in and say, my family has owned the property for X amount of years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. We haven't come up with that number. And they'd have to show that chain of title by the assessor's office that the family, they're part of the family, that were the original owners, or it's been passed down through the family. And then they would have to also document that they have a history of, I don't know how many years, we haven't decided, of actually renting out their property for short term, over 5 years, 10 years, without complaints from neighbors. Then they could apply for a license. Everybody else, if you didn't qualify under that parameter for exception, then you would have to be the principal owner.
It would have to be your principal residence.
Resident.
That's what you mean.
Principal resident.
So
As
that-
far as asking somebody to put down on a piece of paper, everybody's gonna say, I lived there 7 months out of the year.
Well, I'm assuming we have enforcement here, so.
But how
I
do you
mean, I
prove
just-
that? That's the tough part. That's a question. It's a question.
Yeah, I'm just, okay,
But that's
we
your
can
thought.
come back, we'll
We
come
can
back.
I've got it
Thank
on
you
my
for that
list.
clarification.
Got it on my list, yeah. This was trying to allow people who've been in our community for generations to continue to own their home, the family home, with some sort of income, with evidence that they had been using it for short-term rental with no issues based on neighborhoods or disruption of the neighborhood.
My problem is the use of the word generations. I've been here for 30 years, but I'm the first generation of Jacobers that's been here. So if I were trying to do this, I would feel very offended that I haven't been here long enough, or, you know what I'm saying?
you're a principal owner.
The word of the, well, I'm saying if I weren't, you know, I mean, I'm just, if I had another house in the valley somewhere.
The way we
for
word
instance.
it would.
Anyway, I'm just,
Yeah, would not be discriminatory towards people.
Yeah,
I just threw it out
exactly.
there as a way to maybe get this board to come to a middle ground on the principal residency issue, so we could move forward. And for me, it was to not negatively impact people that have been part of our community for generations.
or 30 years.
Well, we haven't decided for 30 years.
That's what I'm
I've been
saying,
here
is
for
like-
40 and I'm a first generation, so
Yeah,
42
so
actually.
Anyway. All right.
In my
Thanks for
residence.
the clarification. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public, actually.
Well, we will. We'll get there. All right, any other questions or issues for the board to bring up about what John has presented? Kelly, please.
And Patty, I'll thank you for your spirit of compromise. You know, retaining the principal residency for me is really important to me in this conversation. So I appreciate that. And I guess I'm wondering, there are some devils in the details here, and I appreciate that you've spelled some of those out. So my questions were related to, sorry. You know, my questions were related to, like burden of proof and how someone who wanted to be grandfathered into the, you know, being allowed to apply, even if they're not a principal resident, might demonstrate that. And so I do think we sort of have to work that out. I appreciate the chain of title. I think that makes sense. I think is proof of rental via tax receipts over, you know, for state sales tax over 10 years, because it would have to be something that has some longevity and to which people were complying.
I agree.
Quite frankly. And then, you know, I also guess I'd wonder, we don't have a record necessarily of complaints now. So would the opportunity of the neighborhood to either support someone's application or oppose someone's application be part of the application process that we, you know, would trigger through noticing? And with all of this, I do think we have to work through some level of like a protest and appeal, right? For either those who are denied or those who are approved. And I'll just flag that for when we come through enforcement and kind of more of those details. So those are some of the issues that are raised for me currently. You know, I've said this a million times, there's a million ways to skin this cat. You all received a spreadsheet, thank you, Patty. I have another one that people around the state are filling out about what their regulations are. So I think I would ask the public, I'd love to continue to hear on if there's what they think of this, what they think of any grandfathering opportunity, and whether we need to go further as to number of days or something like that. Because I do think Greg raises a good point that, you know, if there's not a certain number of days or a certain number of days per month or something like that, the impacts will not be minimized in some neighborhoods for certain times of the year. So, yeah. So I'm yes and.
Well, as for your devils in the
you know.
details, you're absolutely right. I didn't become the devil in details until I knew whether we were going to go in that direction. But I did
Sure.
speak with Cindy and John about there will be more vetting of this. And technically, I called it grandfathering, and I was corrected by the legal counsel that it's an exception. Right, John? That's a proper word? Yeah. So thank you. Again, it was a way to, and the number of days, I think that's something we do need to look at, whether it's a number of days per year or seasons, or there's a lot of questions. Again, that's data. with our new staff person. I'm looking right at her. We will hopefully start collecting that and then bring it back when we have something that we can base, there's a nexus of numbers that we can use to make a decision. And I think that definitely has to be retained as part of the conversation.
Can I add another?
Yes,
Unless
sure.
Steve wanted to jump
Oh,
in. I've already
Steve,
been
Steve, I'm sorry,
around.
they made me move my computer because it was a better angle, and now I can't see over it because I'm too short. So if I could make myself taller and younger, it would be great today. So go ahead, Steve.
Greg, you go ahead first, and then I'll come in after you.
I just had one thing popped out to me because I think about all the old houses and living in a 45-year-old plus house and all the other old houses. I thought, okay, code violation anywhere on the property could be a reason to deny the application. And I just thought, to me, that feels scary for a lot of people who live in old houses. And it might be a little bit of an overreach if it's not even related to the short-term rentals. And so I wanted to just flag that for conversation. I need to be informed about it. I look around my neighborhood and I see a lot of really old houses, and I kind of wonder, boy, I don't want to even begin to wonder how they don't conform any longer.
Yeah.
And so that's I don't want to start a witch hunt when we make these applications. How do we address this? Because this is a lot of people in the community. Thanks.
That could be your trigger for wildfire mitigation.
Well, it could be for wildfire mitigation also. Yeah, I know.
And for solar, you have to put solar in your house, you can't rent it. Good point, I'm writing these down. And so the public knows when we get to public comment, I do my best to take very careful notes that I can actually read at the end of the day. Yeah, Kelly.
I
go
had
ahead.
another comment.
And then
because-
Steve.
What about Steve?
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. I'll wait.
Okay, I got you on the list. Steve, please.
So I've been toying with an idea in my head that I think would make the whole process simpler. It would also remove our possibility of collecting sales tax revenue from a lot of the rentals. And that would be if the residence is not a person's primary residence, then they cannot rent it as a short-term rental, period. Even those families who have been renting it out for years. They still have recourse to something else that they could do, and that is to rent it out for 30 days or longer. They could do monthly rental. And what someone could do, say they want to rent it out, they always rent it out over Christmas and make a bunch of money while they maybe go on, do something else. They're not there at that time. They could rent it out from December 15th through January 15th at a premium. And some family or group of people could rent it for that period of time. They might only stay there for a week, or maybe they stay there for the whole month. I don't know, but it would be limit short-term rental kind of a thing to more like 1 week per month. If the rental party is only coming for 1 week out of the month, then it sits empty for the other 3 weeks. Then in effect, it is cutting in to 25% of the time, which would be basically 90 days a year that someone would likely be staying there as a short-term rental. We would not be collecting the sales tax revenue because it would be a month-long rental. But that would remove a lot of headaches for us on trying to determine who can or cannot. It could be a corporation renting their house out, but it can only be rented out by the month, not by the week or overnight. So I think this could potentially solve a lot of our problems on managing these units. It does not take away from anybody from getting some rental income from their property. It would prevent a company, a corporation, an LLC, or an individual who doesn't live here from buying a house and renting it out every day of the year as a short-term rental. They would have to rent it out by the month, so they might have only 12 clients per year would come in and stay in the property, but it would be for a limited length of time. Or the people would be staying there for a whole month, which is more akin to, residents living there. I think it would have less impact on the neighborhood in that case. So I tossed that out there as an idea for another way we could approach this solution of deciding who can and who cannot rent their property. And it provides the mechanism for limiting the length of time that I guess would limit the frequency of the turnover, having a new group of people coming in, because it could only be once a month you'd have a new group of people coming in at most on those type of properties. On residents where people live there and want to do the Airbnb or VRBO and rent out a room or a few rooms on a nightly basis, which some people in our community are doing that, they would still be allowed to do that because it is their home and they're managing it on site. It would also not prevent someone who lives in their house and they want to leave over Christmas and New Year's and rent their house out at a premium and they want to go on vacation somewhere else at that time, they could do that and rent it out short term because it is their house that they're renting out. And they're just not there during those peak times. And I think that's what a lot of people, longtime residents, have done, is just to get some rental income for a few weeks out of the year while they go somewhere else. So I toss that idea out as something that, we might want to consider.
Well, Steve, it's my understanding that right now, anyone can rent their place for 30 days or longer. The problem with saying unless they have to have a license, we have no way of tracking it or enforcing it, unless people would have to come in, and you don't have to come in for a license under this ordinance or any ordinance, I believe, if it's greater than 30 days. So that's already allowed. But how do you track it then if you're renting it for 30 days and what week did that person start when we have no record because they don't have to give us any record. They don't have to give us any data because they don't have a license with us. So we have no purview over how
That's why he said
renting it.
no STRs, period. That's
Yeah.
his recommendation.
No, it
No
simplifies
STRs.
our management of it because we wouldn't be issuing licenses. We have no way of tracking it.
No, so we would have no way, and then for people who it's their primary residence, they come in and get a business license because it's their principal primary residence, and then we can track the number of days, and at the end of 6 months or a year, we have a record to see when the uses are, and if they're all happening, in the same neighborhood at the same time, the impacts are greater, we can then come back and look at that data and tweak or modify or whatever, add stuff to this first blush ordinance. But I think if we don't have a way, because people can rent right now, that's why we're not hearing from a lot of people who rent for more than 30 days, and they're allowed to do that. It's the people that rent for less, regardless of whether it's once a night, 7 days a week, or if it's 6 times a year. But if it's less for 30 days contracted for that person renting, they don't have to come through us. So we have no way to track or enforce. That's a dilemma, I think, for us.
I just have sort of a point of order sort of question. So are we going to be discussing the different things right now that are there? Or are we going to listen to the public next? Or I'm confused. Should we be responding to Steve now is what I'm
We have a
wondering?
process. I just wanted to clarify Steve's issue, and I'm running this meeting, so we're getting to this. We decided that we were going to address this issue first, and then we're going to move to another key issue. We wanted the public to hear some of this discussion because we may garner some different public opinion and comment.
Yeah, I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm just wondering if we're supposed to be responding to Steve now, or should
You
we
want
wait?
to respond to Steve, you can respond to Steve. I was just clarifying that right now people can rent. Steve was not clear on that apparently, that people can rent for greater than 30 days without going through a process. I wanted to get that out there and clarify that. Do you want to respond to Steve?
Well, I thought it was it's a different way of looking at it. If you just say absolutely no STRs at all, and this is what you have to do if you want to rent your place out. I mean, we haven't really looked at that in that way before. So I just think it's different, and it's something that we could talk about. I'm not sure this
I
is the
didn't
time
hear
to talk
Steve
about it.
say no STRs.
Did you say no STRs, Steve?
So
There would be STRs for people who live in the house who want to rent it out
Like
on a
renting out a
short-term
room.
basis.
Like renting out a room while
Rent
they're
out a
there.
room or rent out the whole house for a month while they go on vacation.
But for a whole month, yeah. But that's not a short-term rental.
No, they could rent it out. They might have, it's their permanent residence. They leave for 2 weeks at Christmas and New Year's. They could rent it out to one party for 1 week and another party for a second week.
Okay.
Okay, we're
That
gonna,
pays for their upkeep on the house, all the different,
we're
they
gonna-
get some income.
we're gonna move forward. Kelly, didn't you have questions that you wanted?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, Steve, that's where I started on this whole conversation in January, so I'm okay with that. I just didn't think there were three of us there, so we may have to revisit that point after public comment. But I just wanted to say to Fran, in response to something Francie said, that take it for what you think it's worth. I mean, I think Denver's experience with limiting their short-term rental licenses to primary residences has absolutely shown a contraction in the number that are available. They have 2,500 short-term rental licenses for the entire city of Denver. And that is a key component of their whole regulatory approach. Whereas if they didn't limit it to primary residences, the number would be far greater than that. That's one of the things that I keep in mind when I think of, will this get us to the ratcheting down of the number that is occurring in the community? And again, we still have to, I think, tease out whether limitations on days or something like that, or times of year or something like that, because to get to the neighborhood impacts, so they're not all happening all at the same time of year
Right.
in a set neighborhood. So that's all I wanted to say.
That's
on
data
that.
we would hopefully see moving forward. So, all right, we're gonna move. John, you had another little item you wanted to bring up, and then I will open it to public comment, or
Well, yeah, the little item is the other preclusion that exists in the current draft, and has to do with rural and remote zone districts. So right now, the draft prohibits any licensing of STRs in the zone district. Now, like the preclusion that exists in the draft concerning properties that are not some natural person's principal residence, that preclusion can be maintained the way it is drafted, or the board can consider modifying it. It can be modified in the same direction as we were just speaking regarding principal residency or principal resident applicants. Or it can be re-examined based upon a location of properties within the zone district, or it can be examined on the idea of different areas within the county that are zoned rural and remote. The rural and remote zone district is the largest by area zone district in the county, although people tend to refer to it or think of it as something that exists only the backside of Aspen Mountain, but that's simply not the case. So the areas that are zoned rural and remote are not completely uniform, except that they are most definitely the most remote properties, the most distant properties from community services. So the exclusion came about by a discussion involving the availability of emergency services, the availability of or the expectation of renters of properties in rural and remote as to what services might be available, and the general increased activity or proliferation of commercial activity within that zone district, in other words, the more remote areas of the county. But in order to move that forward, the same types of issues around the principal residence requirement can be applied to rural and remote if the board chooses. And you can look at properties that have been rented for a number of years or that have been in family ownership for a number of years or both to try to determine if a carve out from the exclusion is advisable just to allow somebody to apply. Again, the ability to apply doesn't ensure a license at the end of that application process. It just allows the application to proceed. Now, I know that Cindy wanted to address the board on rural remote, so I would like to let her do so as well before the board discussed that limitation.
Okay, because Cindy's dying to say something, so Cindy, please, we would love to hear from you about this.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I also wanted to let the board know that I'm sitting here with a lot of data, that if you have questions on
your mic.
I'd also like the board to know that I have a lot of data here for you today. If you have questions on the number of short-term rentals that are out there, there's the AirDNA group that we get information from, and our economic consultants recently have given me some additional data that you might be interested in as you consider, some of your thoughts today, if you have questions. But relative to rural and remote, I think that this is a very, very serious issue, and one that, from the land use perspective, we had set in place a quarter of a century ago that rural and remote was such a very different zone district. It's a zone district that we set aside because of mainly because of environmental issues. We set it aside because it's a subalpine environmental ecosystem. It's more fragile than most of our ecosystems. It's above 9,300 feet in elevation. And most of the rural and remote zone district has a land use pattern that was created well before we came along with zoning. It was a land use pattern created with overlapping mining claims that, as you know about land use, those are about 10 or 12 acres each. And when they start to overlap in some of the old-fashioned ways that they did with mining claims, you create a large number of legally created parcels. And we have spent the good portion of the last quarter of the century trying to eliminate the density that could have been created in those zone districts because of the environmental issues and also because of the public service infrastructure issues that go along with that. We realize that there is basically no way that we can have a legitimate response time to wildfires in the area or humanly created fires in the area or even accidents that occur in the area. We have a wonderful mountain rescue and we have wonderful sheriff's department and lots of help, but it's remote, and that's why we call it rural and remote. And therefore, I think that with the intention, and I believe Johnny Lee included that, the intention of the zone district in the memo, along with that, I'd just like to emphasize how important it is not to lose everything that we've put forth over the last quarter century to not only preserve the environmental quality of the area, but to preserve the safety of the area in terms of the types of uses that are back there. So I think that with that, this is a hard push by me to say, please do not allow short-term rentals in the rural and remote zone district. I think it would be a big mistake for this community. And thank you for letting me, in my community development director role, emphasize that, because it's something that we've worked hard, this board has worked hard for like I say, 25 plus years. And so I feel very strongly about it. And I'm happy to answer any questions on, any data points you might need to make your decision. But
I'm going to just make
I've
a
spoken my piece.
really quick comment. I was not quite where you are And I was looking at maybe allowing it in some summertime use. We didn't have quite the access issues as we do in the winter. I'm very well aware of the lack of emergency services back there, very concerned about public safety. But I'm willing to, and I think we don't have the information in front of us right now to say this zone, this rural remote zoning over, over here and this one over here. And, well, we don't have that in front of us to be able to say, not on back of Aspen Mountain, but over, Woody Creek and rural remote, above. We don't have that in front of us right now for that. So I was willing to, in an effort to move things forward, to give up my attempt at this time to do some limited short-term rental in rural remote, but it doesn't mean that there may be some justification in the future for that. But so I can agree to that now in the best interest, because Cindy makes a good argument, and there's just some places that just might not be appropriate. And my biggest concern is public safety. I come from a public safety background, and I don't want to put more people or more mountain rescue people at risk doing rescues for people who are literally in over their heads. So I'm going to bring it to the board to see who has comments.
I'd love to hear Cindy's data for the number of short-term rentals and the other one that you said you had.
This isn't totally related to rural remote, though, right, Cindy? This is short-term rentals.
Yeah,
in
I've
general.
got, just in general.
I don't have anything on rural remote right now.
Well, let's finish the rural remote, because I think she's got a lot of data.
I do.
So and then we'll get to the.
Well, I think they want to just do rural and remote right now.
Yeah, let's
and then
finish
come
that
back.
up, and then let's not. Does anybody have comments about rural remote? And then we can, I don't know how much data Cindy has, but we don't have it in front of us to actually. Steve, did you have any comments?
Well, the one parcel I've been thinking about is the one that, the owners had testified about earlier, and that's this, the Smith's property back far along Richmond Ridge, which is more of almost like a 10th Mountain Hut kind of a situation, I think, than anything else. If you're comparing it, it's not like a typical short-term rental, but more like going on a hut trip. And I don't know, probably in rural and remote, something like that is not allowed, but maybe there is some way, some other mechanism that if someone wants to rent something like a hut trip kind of an experience, that could possibly be done. And I don't know if that's possible in the rural and remote. I'm thinking maybe not, but I wanted to just toss that out there as a thought.
That's an interesting.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll say one quick thing about that. I do think it's a little bit interesting that we allow hut trips, which are really remote and can't possibly get an ambulance up there and stuff, but we wouldn't allow like the Smith place to be a short-term rental, or maybe some other places. I don't have a strong position on it, but I think it is really an interesting point that you bring up, Steve, and something that we could think about.
I don't know if you want to get
clarification, because the huts are in the county.
The HUD system is a permitted system that pre-existed a lot of even the rural and remote cabins, but that system is really well thought out. It's got, if you sign up for a hut, you have all kinds of things you have to read and understand, and you're prepared for a hut type experience. Theoretically, you know what you're doing, and you know that it's a non-motorized access, and it's pretty serious undertaking when you're taking all of your gear with you, and you know that you're skiing in however many miles it is. Typically they're around 6 miles or so, and it's an interesting point, Steve, whether or not certain rural and remote cabins could be qualified through a hut system and rented through a hut system, maybe something to look at, but it's definitely something that it would take a little bit more research than I've done.
But clarification, somebody who owns a cabin on the back of Aspen Mountain could still rent it out to somebody for greater than 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just want to clarify that point again. Any other comments from the board? But that is interesting, but Cindy's right, it's kind of a system. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's got layers, that's for sure.
Are you polling us?
No, I just want to see if anybody had any questions or comments about the rural remote zoning prohibition.
I would just pitch in that I think a hut trip is vastly different from a luxury hotel experience with a chef and a caterer and a housekeeper and a florist and a whatever else is going in to primp and preen it in advance of the guests, the high-paying guests' arrival by snowmobile or Jeep or, you know, it's not the same thing. And I think it's pretty easy to make that distinction. What I'm concerned about, and I think what we heard from Cindy was that, you know, we could create a commercial hotel district in the entire rural and remote if we decide that, if we opened that up. And that goes so far against the idea of rural and remote to begin with. I don't see it myself going for that at this point. And it does seem very different to me. It seems like two different animals. If you're going to walk in and carry your own stuff and cook your own food, perhaps maybe we could create more backcountry huts for that purpose, and I would be open to that conversation, but I don't think that's what this conversation is about.
Kelly, did you want to add anything?
I'm with Greg.
Okay, so I'm not.
Sorry. My position is the same from our first reading.
Prohibition.
Yeah, I think we should prohibit it for all the reasons that we've heard from Greg and Cindy.
Okay. Now, Cindy, I don't know how much data you have, but
what would you?
It would have, it would be great if we'd had the opportunity to review the data.
Unfortunately, our economic consultants who are working on a different project for us just provided me with some of this today, and I apologize.
Because I do want to get to public comment.
Okay.
I don't want to get
just
into the weeds.
If I could synthesize
that's what I'm asking.
some data really
Sorry,
quickly for you.
To that.
Just really quickly, out of the 14,185 residential units that we have in Pickens County, 2,470 are identified already by AirDNA as being in the short-term rental market. So whatever that percentage of our overall of our number of housing units. So 2,470 are identified as being within the short-term rental market for 14,185 total units in unincorporated Pickens County.
Do we have any idea of masses of locations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We had given you some data way back when with our joint meeting with the.
Municipal or just unincorporated?
Sorry.
Is that municipal or unincorporated?
The 14,185 units are unincorporated, Pickens County. And
the 2,470 are?
I'm sorry, Kelly, you're correct on that. That includes the Aspen Market area, which is within the 2,000 would include that.
So the 2,470 includes Aspen?
Yes.
But the 14,000 doesn't?
No, that's unincorporated. Pickens
So they're not related?
No,
really.
you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. The other just trend that we have from the short-term rentals from 2018, the fourth quarter of 2018 until the fourth quarter of 2021 shows that there's a 19% increase in short-term rentals over that time period within all of Pickens County, including all the municipalities. So that includes Aspen, Snowmass Village. It also includes the Basalt Market area, and it includes our unincorporated areas like Woody Creek, Meredith,
Redstone.
Old Snowmass. But it did not include the area that is in the Crystal River Valley. And the Crystal River Valley is in a different market sector. It's called the Carbondale Redstone sector. And that area, including Carbondale and Marble, has a 14% increase from 2018 until 2021. And I can tell you that within, because I know you want to discuss it more in detail, within Redstone itself, it appears that there's about 30 active short-term rental units and about 7 in the unincorporated portion of the Crystal River Valley. That's the data that we have.
So we are unable to break that out, so we know what's in Snowmass, what's in City of Aspen, what's in.
No, I can tell you how many.
As far as the numbers, so
Yeah.
the 247,
And in fact,
2,407.
thank you. Sorry.
I mean, because I
If you
can't make
wanna know-
apples to oranges and.
Yeah, if you want to know more, this includes the one that is that first slide, Skylar. That one. That includes everything except the Crystal, and then, well, I'm sorry, Redstone, Carbondale's off to the right there, but that includes Carbondale. So.
But where's unincorporated Pickens County?
The first chart, if you will, that stops where it says total.
Aspen through Basalt.
Mm-hmm. Aspen to Basalt, that's the Upper Valley.
And then you'd have to bring in.
That includes these
But
areas.
Carbondale and Redstone are combined, so.
And Carbondale and Redstone are combined with Marble there too, so I'm sorry, I can't. I did break that out with our consultants, and they showed us that, if you could show the Crystal map, it's right there.
So it looks like the 2,470 is combined with Basalt, Snowmass, because that's the number I'm seeing on that graph.
Right, but here we have the Crystal River Valley. There's 30 within the area of Redstone itself, and then another 7 along the Crystal River Valley within Pitkin County. And the reason you're seeing the purple dots and the blue dots, the purple dots are the residences that are rented in total, like you can rent the whole house, and the blue dots show where there's a room for rent. Mm-hmm. But we didn't get in, my numbers didn't get into the rooms for rent.
Technically, that's still a short-term rental. I mean.
Well.
So,
but the
and I
number
have
you
a-
gave us before of 200 in the county a while ago, remember? We were talking about that yesterday? And there were like 200 STRs in the unincorporated Pitkin County. Where does that number fit into this?
Yeah, let me go back to that. That was a snapshot in time with our consultants, MuniRes, and they did a snapshot in time that was November, December of 2021. And that snapshot in time showed us that there were, I think it was in unincorporated Pitkin County, 157 short-term rentals. 738 were within the city of Aspen, 259 were in Snowmass Village, and 15 were in Basalt. So only 157 within the unincorporated boundaries of Pitkin County. And then we broke those down if you want those. But remember, that's a snapshot in time, November, December of 2021. And I've got it broken down into our planning areas, such as the Crystal, which is consistent with the air DNA information. It says that the Crystal River Valley, it says, had 31 active short-term rentals, and if you go back to what we got today from Air DNA, it was like 35.
So they got that snapshot in time from ads or something, right? They kind of just did a cursory.
That's what they do. That's their business.
First blush
They
number.
survey 40 different sites through that are newspapers or magazines or wherever things are advertised, and that's how they come about their data. But I have it broken out because we broke it out into our neighborhood planning areas for you, but that's that one snapshot in time
And how does this other consultant that we just got the data from today, how do they get their information?
They got it from a group called Air DNA, which is also the same group that Gabe Preston has given us our data over indicators
Interesting,
since
the data's
March.
so different. Yeah, Francie, please.
So let me just clarify. So the Air DNA are available STRs in the county, including Aspen, at any particular time. They're available. But in November and December, the 1,189, which is the total of those numbers that you gave us, those were actually rented out at that time. That included Basalt, Snowmass, Unincorporated Pickett, and Aspen. That was like 1,189.
Those were the ones that were advertised specifically at that time.
Oh, I see. Just advertised, not necessarily occupied. And so that's like half of what the current data you just got is, and for whatever reason. Like, yeah. Interesting.
Different sources of gathering information.
Yeah.
Okay, Kelly, please.
You know, I'm doing deep dives into all these topics, including.
Is the devil in
Sorry,
there?
I'm doing deep dives into all these topics, including availability of data, because we're dealing with trying to get a statewide bill passed on accessing data from platform marketing groups. I have a concern for Pickens County that data is always going to be hard for us to get because we have so many concierge, like rental companies happening. You know, people are renting through realtors, they're renting through, you know, more kind of nuanced private services. So I'm not sure things like Air DNA are going to ever capture the entire environment of activity that's happening here. I'll just flag that as a concern. And I do think if we get into more detail of this ordinance, we could also include information requesting information from permit holders. If we think it will serve us in the future decision-making, so we should just keep in mind what types of data we might want to see as we issue permits. Thank you.
Okay.
Just one last
Yeah.
thing. I would say that the number 30, which seems fairly consistent for Redstone, when you think of the size of Redstone, is pretty damn high.
Okay. Annealy, do I have permission to open up the public hearing?
Back to the board. I began this afternoon thinking that the two principal exclusions from applications that are contained in the current draft, the principal residence and rural and remote, were the most logical things to tackle. However, depending on how that dialogue goes and how it develops, there's another topic that the board might want to consider before opening up for public comment, and that is the village of Redstone itself. So, and the idea there, of course, is that we've heard from a number of individuals in the Redstone area about the impacts associated with short-term rentals and what their experience has been. Those comments were in part what led to the development of the two restrictions that are currently in the draft regulation. If those restrictions are eliminated or they are changed in some significant way, the impact certainly, I think, will be relayed back to the board from property owners and residents within the village. If the board wants to address Redstone uniquely, that ability exists. So if the board wants to consider now or wait, leave it to the board as to what the landscape might look like if the regulation changes from these two exclusions to something else, then flip up a zoning map of the village, and the board can think about that. But that's up to you guys. If you want to explore that now, or if you want to hear from the public on the two greater exclusions.
I want to hear from the public on whatever the public wants us to hear from them.
Me too.
So, and if they want to give us input as to what the conversation they've heard here today, that would be great. In addition to, but everybody gets their 3 minutes. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to open public comment.
Just want to be able to reiterate what John has just said, that we could consider Redstone as a
Uniquely.
separate, unique pilot program even, or a unique case, study
Yeah.
case.
And we can
yeah.
actually pull up the maps today, but I'm sure we'll hear we have a good constituency here from that neck of the woods. So, Kelly?
Yeah, I guess, whether now or later, it would help me to see the maps of where village residential and village commercial are, and if.
Your speaker.
Gosh, I keep turning it off because I don't want everyone to hear me coughing. Sorry. So it would help me at some point to see the maps where the village residential and village commercial are separated. And also, I don't know if Cindy's able to show the breakdown in the data that she's collected, at least, to where those lie. And Patty, I'll leave that to you, whether you want to do that now or later.
I do want to do that today, but first I do want to hear from the public because we've.
One quick thing to respond to John, really quick. John, I just feel like you said that we've received lots of letters from people who are opposed to STRs in Redstone, but in the interest of representing all the people that we've heard from a lot of people in Redstone who want to continue STRs. I'm not saying what my preference is, I'm just saying that, to be fair, we've had both from Redstone, so just wanted to say that.
Patty, just so you know, we do have a map of Redstone.
Okay, but I do want to move to public comment. Oh, sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I just wanted to say, yeah, that wasn't my intent to imply that the emphasis of all the comments from Redstone or the Crystal Valley was against STRs, just that there was a concern that was expressed. But certainly, opinion goes both ways.
Right, and we did receive a public comment today that attached a notice that went out from, was it Nib or one of those guys, that was encouraging everybody who was opposed to any regulation of STRs to write us letters, and we saw the consequences of that notice that went out, because we received a lot of comments from people who are opposed to any form of regulation. And while we do appreciate that, it was interesting, it was triggered by, an entity that does nothing but short-term rentals, so we have to take all of that into consideration. So I'm gonna open the public hearing. Again, members of the public, when you come forward, either online, on phone, or in person, we need your names first. Everyone gets 3 minutes. We have a timer. Skylar and I will be working as a team. When it gets down to you've used 2 minutes, you have 1 minute to go, I'll try and let you know. I don't mean to interrupt, but it's a way to signal you that you have a minute to wrap things up. I'm going to start first with the front row of the public here. Start with the gentleman on the end. Okay. Remind me if I forget to come back to you if you want something to say, please. Thank you. All right. You're up.
I'm next.
Hello, I'm Bill Yocums from Redstone, and my remarks are primarily addressed to the situation in Redstone. I read Roger Marolt's editorial that was published Saturday, I think, in which he lamented the changes in Aspen, how the people who live in Aspen no longer own Aspen. I also read Mick Ireland's editorial Monday, in which he says perhaps Aspen should no longer think of itself as a real town. Both of those sentiments apply to Redstone. We feel totally overwhelmed with the change that we're experiencing right now. On Roger's point that we didn't know what we were inviting, Cindy will appreciate that we were excited 40 years ago to receive a historic designation. Now, we see VRBO ads that say, come and stay in a historic mountain town. It's turned against us, what we thought was good. Now, we're pleased that you view Redstone as inordinately affected by short-term rentals, and Cindy's statistics certainly bear out that we are inordinately supplied, inordinately dominated by these features. But the effect, the inordinate effect.
1 minute left.
Left?
1 minute left.
Wow.
Yeah, talk faster.
All right. I'll just get to the point. Please, please, please keep the residential, the principal residence limit applicable to Redstone. Whatever you might do, but please keep that in effect. We need it. Otherwise, we're going to lose our community. We're going to lose our neighbors. So, thank you. That's my request.
Thank you. You have 25 seconds left.
Thank you, Bill.
I don't want to cut you short.
Okay, well, I'll give it to somebody else.
All right, moving across the front row. Please come forward and give your name for the public record.
Do I get his 25 seconds?
You got to deal with him. I'm staying out of that one.
Come on. So, my name is Kevin Ward. I live in Old Snowmass, and I totally agree with Greg that two things, just because they have the same label, are not alike. A hut trip is not like a fab 5-star thing. Similarly, I would like to, it's been interesting to me that almost like a straw man, we go, STROs inversely affect a community, and therefore we are protecting the community. I'm getting that that's what we're trying to do, is to protect a community. Well, I would say there are different things that are affecting the community. For example, we've got a lot of old people in Old Snowmass. We don't like a lot of people around. We love our neighbors. We love, and the old people are not being able to afford their mortgages. But they can afford their mortgages because of Airbnb and VRBO. And we work it out. You know, it's, I have people across the street that have weddings once in a while, and I only occasionally, give a call and say, if you play one more Neil Diamond song, I'm calling 911 and I'm shutting you down. But
careful, he lives up the frying pan.
I know, he can have it. So, and when my daughters went off to college, somebody said, oh, you should Airbnb, you're right there on the property. And I thought, okay, what the hell? Well, currently, my Airbnb pretty much exactly equals my mortgage, which is not low. And so this thing of you can do it for 4 days, you can do this. Here's the thing. My last tenants were a dean of a university and his wife who have been coming here for 30 years, longer than I've been here. They go to the music festival. They're wonderful. They add to the community. And then I have the physicists who stay with me. And I get them out into Basalt and Carbondale. And so we are a hut trip. We are adding to the community that we all moved here for. So just when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But all STRs are not the same, is all I'm saying.
Great. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move, with Skylar's help, to our list of people waiting. So we need to have them raise their hands. Is that correct?
Yes, we've got 2.
All right.
raised.
So I will take 3, so one more person, and then we'll go back into the room. So, okay, got my 3. Excuse me, Jeff DePalma, please.
Star 6 to unmute.
Can you read me?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you.
My name is Jeff DePalma. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me. I would like to support the board's compromise for an exemption to the principal homeowner and rental day limitations should those provisions be approved. I believe my situation is a perfect example of why an exemption should be granted for homeowners like myself. Although we haven't been here for multiple generations, my family has owned a small 2-bedroom house for almost 20 years, and this is our only second home. Our extended family spends a lot of time there throughout the entire year, but would not qualify for principal homeowner status. We have rented it out all those years using a great local management companies. Our neighbors are our good longtime friends, and there have been no issues, as this small house has never been a, quote, party house and has never had a negative impact on the neighborhood. There is a long tradition of this exact type of second homeownership in the valley. Not being able to rent this property year-round without restrictions would likely force us to sell. This would be heartbreaking as we plan to retire there. So I would also like to suggest, should this exemption be approved, that the board takes into account if the property has changed ownership but has remained in the same family. In my case, I bought the house from my mother many years ago. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. All right, next we have John Rooks. You just need to, what is it to unmute? Star 6?
Star 6, or if he's logged in to the actual meeting,
Just talk.
Okay, unmute.
John, are you ready?
I'm ready. I just wanted to verify you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, John.
I'm trying to turn my video on. Do you want me to?
It's up to you.
I would need to
don't
promote
Okay.
the panelist.
Then you have to come on as a
but-
panelist. So yeah, just go ahead and talk. We can hear you.
Okay. So my suggestion, when I hear all the different debates, and the debates are all valid, and it seems like a really, tough issue to make decisions on. I wouldn't want to trade places with the decision makers. That to take baby steps. Maybe you increase the minimum rental period from 1 day to 7 or 10 days. I think, as I understand it, there's no limit at all for short-term rentals right now. And if that didn't work, after trying it for a year, you increase it to 14 or 21 days. And if that didn't work, you go to 30 days. And I would kind of worry about claims from people who, bought, like, for example, me. I bought back in 2013, and if you chose that the minimum ownership period was 10 years as the exemption, I wouldn't qualify, and I would feel like you're taking away my rights if you prevent me from renting less than 30 days. It's sort of like you're downzoning me, and I feel like it's a takings claim, converting my house from something that it is now and has been since I bought it to something else. It just doesn't seem like there's a standard of fairness. My right to rent the house for a few 10-day periods to defray my expenses was part of the fundamental upfront assumptions when I purchased it and did my pre-purchase due diligence process in 2013, and made expensive renovations that I otherwise might not have if I knew that I couldn't generate some rent from a couple 10-day rentals per year, or maybe 3 or 4 at most. So I just think there's a lot of work in following an application process that will be a heavy burden on whoever has to manage the application process. And in the standard of fairness, again, to avoid winners and losers, and discriminate against people based on things like years of ownership. I think things like distance to your neighbor and code violation, that's not discriminatory at all. If there hasn't been a history of complaints and there hasn't been any code violations, maybe that is taken into account to give the permit to the people to rent. But
You have 1
the other
minute,
idea
John.
is,
1 minute, John.
oh, thank you. Thanks. I misunderstood that last time, and I thought I was only 1 minute in, and it screwed me up. So thank you. So I think past history makes sense. I also have a home. I do the same thing in Miami because I live in Michigan. I can't use all homes at once. And some people hate to hear this, but I actually have 7 homes. So for me, the concept of would a person ever rent a house at the principal residence and not want to rent your second home? It's like backwards. You actually ruin your principal residence based on a 15-day rule, And sometimes you can convert it to income property by renting it. Not to mention, if you have a mortgage, you're violating your mortgage agreement if you rent your principal residence. You sign a document that says you won't do that. So I just think there's a lot of things to think about. And there's a really simple solution. And just start with 7 or 10 days as a minimum rental period.
Okay, John, thank you. We appreciate.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Thanks, John. Denise, you are next up. You need to unmute. Oh, there you go. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm Denise Malcolm, and I've lived in Pitkin County as my primary residence for the last 22 years. And I think one of the issues that you're all facing right now is we don't really have good data about how many properties are truly being rented, how many were being rented before. The AirDNA data isn't really relevant data because a lot of these properties had been rented previously, but through real estate agents. It just now makes it easy for people to list their own properties. So what looks like a giant surge hasn't really happened. Some of us have been renting through Sotheby's or Aspen Luxury Vacation Rentals or elsewhere, and now we're not paying a 20% commission. So I think that what would be helpful is just to get the data by allowing anyone to apply for a permit and seeing what happens. Have the permit be for a period of 9 months or a year, and find out which are the problem properties, which ones are working out well, generating revenue for the county. Because there is a substantial amount of revenue that is coming to the county. And forcing people to do 30-day rentals deprives you of the revenue. But it doesn't mean people are going to stay there for 30 days, as I believe Mr. Child said. You know, they'll still rent it for a 30-day period, pay what would be a week's worth of rent, and then it's vacant, but now the county didn't get the tax. I think you should flush this out into the open, have permits, and then have a complaint process where neighbors can file complaints if some of the properties are problematic. I personally manage my own home now and have never had a problem with my periodic rentals, but some of the corporate renters are probably doing an amazing job too, the Inspiratos and the some of the other firms that aren't creating problems for the neighbors either. So I think that they should be allowed to continue to do their business as long as they're not creating an adverse impact in the neighborhood. Because
Denise, you're at 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, it's generating a tremendous amount of tax revenue, particularly for some of the luxury properties that are professionally managed by corporate folks like the Inspirato type of rental things. So anyway, I just personally think that it would be a good idea not to have restrictions on who can rent, but allow everyone for a short period of time, collect the data, and figure out where the problems are.
Thank you, Denise. Appreciate your comments. Tracy, I will get to you on the next round. You're next up, but I'm going to get back to the room. We're going to start here on the second row. If anybody would like to come up and make a comment, please give your name for the record. Thank you guys for being so patient with us.
Hello, I'm Andrea Garr, 433 Redstone Boulevard, here with my husband Bruce. I'm going to talk quickly. I want to respond first to the discussion amongst the commissioners. I support a principal place of residence and a set number of days, which I think shouldn't be less than 30, which has been the voice of Redstone. We took around a petition signed by every permanent resident on Redstone Boulevard who supported the caucus motion of not less than 30-day rentals for short-term rentals in Redstone, for the record. John, you mentioned something, you didn't think there was a regulation as to the number of days one has to reside in a residence for it to become their permanent place of residence. But I believe the IRS has some direction on that. And I think it's a 6-month residency requirement for permanent residency. So I don't know how that will affect things, but I just wanted to bring that up. As far as the permitting process, I think there should be notice to all of the abutters if somebody's applying for a permit, and I think there should be an appeal process. Okay, as for my comments, I carpooled here today with the delegation, and I must say I am very envious of Lisa and my neighbor John, who have lived here 51 years for John. I wish I had lived in Redstone for 51 years. My husband and I arrived here 5 years ago. and it was a boulevard of neighbors. Now we look to the left, we look to the right, we look across the street, we don't know anybody. It's the destruction of the community. That's all I can say. We have a small pool of residents, which you wouldn't know by the number of communications I think you have received from us, but we have a small pool as far as communication. We have a small pool as far as activities. We're known for our events. We get no public funding for our events. We rely on volunteer donations and work. As for the, you're talking about the rural and remote designation in that district. I think in a lot of ways we need to be considered the same. We are rural and remote. We have no emergency services. If we get a call from the sheriff back, it could be an hour before they arrive. I also want to address briefly the commercial part of this. We're thinking about changing the name of our business, which is Redstone Cliffs Lodge, to Redstone Cliffs Short-Term Housing. Why should we be treated differently than some other establishment because we have lodge in our name? I started to look through the definitions in your code. It's very unclear what the requirements are and how you define a commercial property. But I want to say, beyond that, if I was to open an office building on the boulevard in another residence and put in 4 offices, you would shut me down in 1 second. It's commercial. It's viewed, a short-term rental is viewed by the IRS as commercial. It's viewed by homeowners' insurance policies as commercial. We pay commercial real estate tax as a lodge. We pay commercial insurance as a lodge. So thank you for your time.
Okay, you did great. You did great. Andrea, where are you from originally?
Boston.
I gotta say, she's got that accent and they talk
I
fast.
should have been here 51 years ago, though. I missed out, I'll tell you. It's a
You wanna
great
come
place to
forward?
live.
Yep, it's your turn. We're gonna move across the second aisle, then I'm gonna go to, back to the screen.
Hi. Hi, Cindy. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Wagner. I live on the boulevard. I have a bed and breakfast that I have been running since '95. I currently, and I'll try to make this quick, I'm the last lot for Village Commercial on the boulevard, which is right next door to Propaganda Pie.
Oh.
On the riverside. That's the last Village Commercial lot. From my place down to Bill Yoakum's, which is probably on both sides of the boulevard, there's probably maybe 20 houses. We're all pretty compact. And that is Village Residential. And Village Residential, I know, goes up on the south side of the boulevard. We have 6 short-term rentals on the boulevard, which is crazy. I just had somebody that bought my neighbor's property directly across from me. And they're from Los Angeles, great couple, but they just bought it and said someday they're going to retire when they're in their 30s right now. So, and that place is rented pretty much 90% of the time. It's just the way it is. And short-term rentals in Redstone are a big deal. A lot of people come in and out of there. My feeling is I put on summer concert series. I've lived there. Redstone is my community. It's our village. We know people that live there and take care of them. And we take care of that community. And why people come to that community is because of what we put out there to our community for volunteer, for events. And my feeling is I have 2 rooms. I have to pay commercial tax. I'm there on the premises. Other people are renting out full houses that have 3 and 4 bedrooms that pay no commercial tax. That's a problem for me. Over the last couple of years, my business has been hindered because of short-term rentals. If we're going to make it a playing field, that those people that are renting out in Village Commercial and Village Residential should be taxed. They should go through a special review. Hello, I had to for my 3rd room. I'm just saying that it's not appropriate for short-term rentals on the boulevard whatsoever.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, I'm going to move across the aisle. Hi. And then Tracy, I'll get to you just here in a few. Okay, Tracy?
So I'm Tina Staley, and I just wanted to share my story about short-term rentals. I've been coming to the Valley for 30 years. I've owned a home in Old Snowmass for 22. I worked as a social work oncologist at Aspen Hospital. I founded Pathfinders, a nonprofit for cancer patients, grief loss, etc. But over the years, my work has taken me further to do cancer care research in larger institutions, and I have had to rent my home in order to be able to keep it. And I plan to retire there one day, but I have had to rent it 50% of the time. Now, the most important part of this is I have absolutely found such joy in renting it. It is a way of me paying what I've been given forward, and my renters have been amazing. They come from all across the United States and the world to our valley, and they are in awe, and they go back to their communities. They share their experiences. They visit restaurants. They do outdoor activities. They support businesses. However, they could never afford the hotels in Aspen. And they can come to the Valley because they can afford my place. And I would like to pass just 3 testimonies from this amazing guest book. And for Steve and those online, I would like to read this one. What a wonderful week we had on our first family trip to Colorado. Your cabin is absolutely perfect. The hot tub was the icing on the cake. We love being able to enjoy Aspen, Basalt, and Carbondale from your home base. What a beautiful slice of heaven. Thank you for having us, and we look forward to returning next fall and maybe to ski season in the future. The Temple family. And I have these from all over, all ages. And so I just think that we should not allow people who may not be able to afford the housing to not be able to come and spend money and enjoy and spread the love that we have been so blessed to have in this valley. And I would like to say, in terms of the tax, I would be willing with my house to pay a hotel bed tax in order to support employee housing, because I'm very much for employee housing. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
What she said.
Mr. Dinsmore?
Oh, yes.
I'm going to unshush you.
I've been shushed. Bill Dinsmore from Woody Creek. You all know the position of the Woody Creek Caucus on short-term rentals. We've expressed that consistently for a number of years. I'd like to reflect on a couple of things that I've heard today from Steve and from Greg. I wonder, it sounds like that the county does not have to, or is not required to collect sales tax on rentals more of 30 days or more. I wonder if that's a policy you want to continue. For example, if someone were to rent 12 times a year for 30 days, I think that is a business. And if that was the case, I think you would want to collect sales tax. I also think you'd probably want to have that person apply and be scrutinized to make sure that their property was safe, had fire protection, smoke alarms, was a safe place to rent. And the process to do that would be in applying. So I wonder if the notion of not having people of rentals for 30 days or more not have to qualify for these other scrutinies, including paying sales tax.
That's it?
You've heard all the rest of my story. I mean,
Have it here.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to let Kelly reply to this real quick.
No, maybe John Ely can also weigh in, because, the county does not have authority to issue business licenses. So the county doesn't have authority to issue business licenses. So if somebody wants to open a hairdresser in unincorporated county, they don't have to come to the county and request a business license for that. The authority that the legislature gave us in 2019, we asked for that broad authority, but it was specific to short-term rentals, to which they defined in the legislation rentals of less than 30 days. So I think I'm interpreting that correctly, but maybe John Ely wants to weigh in that is why with this licensing program, we can only look at rentals of less than 30 days.
By state statute.
Sales tax is a function of state, and what is subject to sales tax is a short-term rental. Any other type of tax implication from a rental period longer than that is income tax. So that's the profile of the tax.
Cindy wants to add, and then I'm going to move back to public
Yeah,
comment.
and I just want to make it very clear with Kelly's comment about opening a business, it has to comply with zoning. You can't just open a business
On
in a
top of the fact we
residential
can't
area.
license them.
If that would be, I mean, if you would qualify 12 one-month rentals as a business, it's not a business.
You need to be at the table to shush. Okay, would you like to come forward? And then I'm going to go to Tracy here online, because we'll be done. We have one more in the back of the room.
I'm Susan Taylor from Woody Creek. And, you know, I had a couple of things. One is that according to the PitkinCounty.com definitions in Chapter 11, land use for Pitkin County is residential, defined as used and intended for use exclusively for dwelling purposes, but not including hotel or lodge rooms. And right now, we are totally surrounded at our house by houses that are totally unoccupied by residents. And, you know, I would delineate between VRBO and Airbnb. Airbnb was renting rooms in your house, but the resident was actually present. And VRBO, you know, we have houses that nobody lives there. You know, the only people that are ever there would be people that rent. And, you know, they rent for a week. A couple of years ago when we had Basalt was on fire, 3 different weeks in a row, renters came, 3 different groups of renters, and every one of them had an open bonfire across the river when we had fire bans. And, you know, I mean, there's no sense of community for these people. You know, if they set Woody Creek on fire, they don't really care. They're gone in a week. And, you know, for any other property, if I wanted to open a hotel, I would have to meet land use codes. I would have to meet regulations and requirements, and I would have to go through all sorts of, licensing to run a hotel. But right now, what we have is we have a lot of people running hotels. There are no residents. When there's no renter, there's nobody there. And so what we have is we have hotels that are not called hotels. And we have, no neighbors left. We're across the river, and, they're all the time building things that they're not permitted for. Last year, they cut down a giant pine tree, and I caught him throwing it in the river. And he said, well, how else would I get rid of it?
Oh, my God.
And so, that's what we're dealing with, hotels that are run by just anybody. They're run by LLCs is what they're run by. We don't have residents anymore. And one of the reasons that we did not live in Aspen or purchase in Aspen, and that we did purchase in Woody Creek, is we wanted a sense of community. And that's going away faster than you can imagine. We have so few full-time neighbors. We have empty houses until they're rented. And, they don't really care about the community. We have no community. We have hotels that are owned not by individuals, but by LLCs.
Thank you. Kelly, I'm going to take these 2 raised hands, and then we'll take a break. Well, you want to come up, sir, and we will let you come forward, and then I'm going to get to Tracy and Coulter, and then we're going to take a little break. The board needs just a little break. And then we'll go to all of our attendees who would like to speak that are online or called in. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, commissioners, for your public service, which is often thankless, so I'm thanking you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a bit of an orphan in this crowd. I actually live
Don't
in
forget
Aspen.
we need your name for the record.
Dennis Cedar, and I live on Hyman Avenue between 1st and 2nd, next to Ann Mullen's house.
Oh.
I have a lot of experience in short-term rentals. I bought my house in 1989. I lived in Hunter Creek and rented it before that. I also have a house in Malibu that I rent out. I share the feelings with those who have experienced the wonder and thankfulness of the people who've rented our houses who could never live here, but get a chance to taste it. And often they come to homes because they want to come as a family, not mix with other people because they were afraid of COVID, which accounts for some of your statistical analysis, which shows an increase. People have increased the use of single-family homes because they don't want to mix with other people during the pandemic, and there might be an adjustment as that pandemic eases off. You have a tough job because you want to preserve neighborhoods. This is a place where we all want to live, and we want to live here because of our neighbors. And to the extent that you rent your house out to other people who come and go, that neighborhood feeling slips away. So I make it a point to make sure I consult with my neighbors, inform my neighbors, and work hard to keep my neighborhood the way my neighbors want it to be. To that extent, you may want to consider the usefulness of a primary residence requirement. It's my primary residence, so it's not a problem for me, but making it a primary residence preserves the neighborhood. If you allow corporate entities to buy up the neighborhood and then rent it out, you're going to be a little more visitor serving than maybe you want to be.
Oh, 1 minute, sorry.
Are we up to 1 minute? Behavior in
Scott.
terms of tenants should be administered separately. You should have a complaint system and the right to pull permits if they're not behaving. Do not allow houses to be subleased and then turned into short-term rentals, because then you lose control of what you can do with the house. Code violations, probably not a good idea. You already have oversight for that, and I don't think you need to add it to this. I would love to answer your questions if you had any, but I guess this is not the appropriate time. But thank you for the time and your listening.
May I just mention, you are within the city limits?
Yes, I know, and I'm not going to be affected by this. But
Just wanted to make
But
sure.
I wanted you to have the benefit of my experience.
Thank you.
That's all.
And please share that with the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have two, and then we're going to take a break. So Tracy Sutton, please, if you would unmute and provide us your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I wanted to thank you guys for continuing this conversation. I mean, I think it's been really productive, and, you know, wanted to weigh in on a couple of things. I kind of disagreed with Steve. I really think that you should continue taxing short-term rentals. I don't know me. I try to be accountable and make our homeowners accountable as well. And we don't want problems either. So, but I don't think that the county should, you know, do the one, have a minimum of a month, because then you have the renegades that are going to go in there, rent it for a week, and you lose the revenue. And I also want Denise as well. You know, I just think it's great that everybody has been very productive, but once again, I don't know, you know, having not seen the data that Cindy's gotten, I'm volunteering once again. I'm happy to give you any data that I have from my firm and other firms that would help you, you know, support any decisions that you might make. But I'm still a strong proponent of short-term rentals in the county, but I'm happy to help in any way I can to make it work.
Did you say proponent or opponent?
I'm sorry?
Did you say proponent of STRs or opponent of STRs?
I am a proponent.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Tracy.
My earphones died. Yeah, so like I said, just once again, I'm just volunteering to help in any way I can. My data is your data. I have, you know, my homeowners have no problem with me sharing it. And I think if we're accountable and we can make short-term rentals work to the benefit of everybody, because none of us wants problems. And I've been a resident, I'm not generational, but I've been there for about 35 years. So there you go.
Okay, we're at 1 minute, Tracy.
I'll give my minute to somebody else. That's pretty
Okay.
much all I have to say.
Thank you. All right,
Thank
next
you.
we have Coulter Smith. Welcome, Coulter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi. How's it going, everybody? I'm Coulter Smith. I just want to start by saying I'm in complete support of, having licenses for short-term rentals in the county, collecting taxes, and collecting data on all this stuff. What I'm opposed to is, my family being treated any differently than everybody else in the county. Our family owns about 700 acres on the backside, of which we sterilized 650 acres in the 90s. So if we didn't do that, there may be 19 more cabins back there. Second, as far as I know, and we haven't been provided any other data, we're the only cabin in rural remote that rents short term. Third, the most we've ever rented in 1 year is maybe 25 days, which is, I don't know what percent, maybe 6% of the year. So it's not like this is a business for us. We strictly do this to maintain our property, to keep it safe, and to pay our expenses. I have a 5-year-old son I'd love to be able to pass this down to one day. So it's really, Cindy knows our family history, and I don't know if she has other people that she's talking about that rent back there, but as far as I know, we're the only ones. So I just feel like, there should be some exceptions made. And last, if safety is the main concern, I think the argument that our cabin should be rented is way stronger. Our cabin is made out of concrete. We have a metal roof. We have 3,400 gallons of water stored. We have a satellite phone there at all times. We vet every single person that rents. We're 25 minutes from the hospital. What else? And that's about it. So, if you're talking about 10-pound huts, which I think are a great thing to have, they're probably renting 85% of the year. And if you think about how many more chances there are for people to get hurt, start fires, that's a way bigger risk to our community than my cabin that we rent 25 days a year.
We're at 1 minute,
And
Coulter.
take all the precautions. So that's about all I want to say. I just think if safety is the main concern, you guys should think of some other reasons to ban it in rural remote, because that doesn't make sense to me.
Thanks, Coulter.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for a big decision. How many minutes would you like to take a break? Can we agree on that? 10? 6? 10. We're going to do a 10-minute break. Thank you. And we will be back, so please, those who want to speak that are online, be patient with us and raise your hands and we will move forward. Thank you. There's 16 left and we've had 4. Welcome back again. Today is Wednesday, March the 9th, 2022. This is a continuation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. We are continuing our public comment on our second reading of our short-term rental ordinance. And the first two people I am going to call on. I'm going to call on Chris Bryan. So Chris, if you'd like to come forward. And then we have one gentleman here in the room. I think, yeah. And I'm going to hear these two and then, sir, is that okay? Or did you guys want to leave? You're not leaving. You got to stay here. Okay.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right, Chris, are you ready?
I'm ready, Patty.
Okay, Chris, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. And we heard from Coulter Smith, whom I represent. I represent his family. And I've spoken to you before. I've submitted public comment both in written form on the website and at the last meeting and in a letter that you all have. I want to emphasize a couple of things here. I don't think it's proper to outright prohibit any R&R property from applying for a permit. That blanket prohibition makes no sense. There's only one R&R property that even occasionally does STRs, and it's my client's, the Smith's Cabin. And that, I think, is proven by our due diligence, plus the core request that I sent after the last meeting, and about which I spoke with John Ely at length. So we're spending a lot of time on one property that rents out maybe 25 days a year. I think you have much bigger problems in the STR regulation field, including Woody Creek and Redstone, to deal with than trying to make a blanket prohibition against R&R. It hasn't been a problem yet, and it's not a problem now. Regarding the principal residency requirement, that too would harm my clients because this is a 1,000 square foot cabin that they use throughout the year that I've been to numerous times. And I have to tell you, it is well taken care of. It has fire extinguishers, it's got a sat phone, it's got 24-hour ProGuard response. It's closer to the hospital than some of the other areas in Pitkin County that are not an R&R. So there's not a safety concern for that. This family pays property taxes and shouldn't be unnecessarily or blanket form excluded from even applying for a permit. I'd also like to say that they've had no neighborhood character impacts. A lot of the reasons that you want to regulate this is because of neighbor complaints and people in the community saying that it's changing the character of the neighborhood. There's not a neighborhood here. It's surrounded by 700 acres that this family owns. And as Coulter Smith said, they've sterilized the vast majority of that. And it's a slap in the face of this family that's owned this property since the Pepkes owned it in the 1940s. Their family.
1 minute, Chris.
It's a slap in the face to say that they can't rent this out occasionally to pay the property taxes and pay for the operation and maintenance of the property. I'd also like to say that I think it's improper for the county to be copying the city of Denver's STR regulations. Denver is not like Pitkin County. Denver is the biggest town or the biggest city in the 800-mile radius. They don't have an R&R zone. And if you look, all the other towns and municipalities that regulate STRs, they don't have a primary residency requirement as set forth in the matrix that is part of your packet. Breckenridge, Steamboat Springs, Vale, Beaver Creek, Telluride, all these are different. That's who you need to be looking at, not Denver's as your model here. And lastly, let me say this, use will occur one way or another. Like, I'm going to use this property with my wife and 2 young sons this summer. Now, I could pay the fees and the taxes to the county, and I could pay the Smith family a fee to use the property, and that would be the benefit of everybody. Or they're going to let me be their house guest, and I get to use it for free. But I'm going to be using it. So wouldn't it be better to regulate it in a sensible way, and in a way that makes the most sense for everybody?
Okay,
and
Chris.
lastly, I just want you guys to think about who are you helping and who are you hurting here? This is a family that has done nothing wrong and has been stewards of this property. And I think it makes more sense for you to charge a permit application fee.
Okay, Chris.
A permit fee, and then to charge a fee that you can then earmark for infrastructure, transportation, or affordable housing.
Chris?
And lastly, I think if you're going to do anything.
I can just mute.
No, he's okay.
Just can they hear us?
He can hear us.
He can hear us. I can turn it back on.
No, I don't want to mute him. No, he said it this last. He was wrapping up.
I'm sorry.
I can deal with
He
it.
now has permission to talk again.
Yeah. Chris, can you hear us? Because you were really exceeding your time, Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. I try to talk as fast as I
I
could.
know. Sorry. Okay, we're going to move to Chad Waldorf. And Chad, you have 3 minutes. And then we have one more public comment here in the room. And then we'll come back to the people who are online.
Great, thank you. Yep, my name is Chad Waldorf. I have sent y'all a letter and spoke at the last meeting, so I will do my best to keep it brief. But I just wanted to say I appreciate y'all's willingness to look for a sensible solution here. I've owned a Woody Creek with another family since the late 90s. We originally lived in Pitkin County in the early 90s. And one of the other guys and I worked at Ski-Co, and my future wife then worked at the Little Red Schoolhouse. And between our families, we've spent 6 to 10 weeks a year in Pitkin County for decades, and feel like we've been a part of y'all's community for over 30 years. But as our house is owned by our 2 families, it is held in an LLC rather than in just a simple partnership. As I mentioned, we've also rented out our house on a short-term basis to help cover expenses over the years. We were in the restaurant business, and so it is in our DNA to try and please people and be great neighbors to the 2 houses that are in our immediate vicinity, one of which is a vacation home that's used sporadically, and the other which is a long-term rental. During this, we don't allow any parties or wedding parties at our home. And during this time, we've always worked with a local property manager who remains very responsive to us and our neighbors' needs. And in fact, our property manager is the landscaper for ourselves and our 2 immediate neighbors. So he's been responsive to all 3 of us for many years. We renovated our house several years ago to accommodate our growing families and spent over $100,000 supporting Habitat for Humanity as part of their restore to stay on our budget and support their need to provide affordable housing in the community. And having been a part of the workforce residents in the Aspen area, we certainly understand the workforce housing challenge. But a big part of our calculus, as has been mentioned previously, in renovating was that we would be able to pay for our increased mortgage through the continued short-term rental revenue. And so I'm
Chad, you
very
have 1
appreciative
minute.
that y'all are, okay, I'm very appreciative that y'all are recognizing the lines are somewhat blurred between full-time and part-time residents, and hopefully will allow us a way to continue to responsibly rent our home some so that we won't be forced to sell it and abandon our plans to ultimately retire there. I live in South Carolina the rest of the year and have short-term rental houses, one directly across the street from us, and think that there are certainly ways to enforce and do what I believe y'all are looking to do, which is allow for responsible annual enforcement through licenses that would allow folks like us to continue to be able to be a part of the Pitkin County community for years to come. So thank you very much for your public service.
Thank you,
Greatly
Chad. It was
appreciate
nice to hear from you again. Okay, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bruce Garr. You heard from my bride, Andrea Garr, earlier today. I want to thank the commissioners for the very careful attention you're paying to this issue, because it's one that needs that. And I apologize in advance if I am repetitious in any way. My focus, to be blunt, is on Redstone. That's where I live. That's what I'm most concerned about. And the first thing I wanted to say is with reference to one of John Eli's opening remarks, and that is, this is a community code issue, not a land use issue. I have a problem with that in that Redstone Boulevard is divided. When you're up at the Redstone Inn, you come north past my place and Propaganda Pie up to Lisa Wagner's place. That's commercially zoned, village commercial. Everything beyond that, down to Bill Yoakum's place, is village residential. It seems to me that operating a short-term rental, which generates income, and I understand people want that income to help meet their expenses, whether it's a mortgage or anything else, but the point is they're making money doing what they're doing. Making money, to me, unless you're working a job, is commercial. And you got a commercial enterprise and a residential zone, that should be the first thing you look at. The second thing is the commercial tax rate that I pay, because I am zoned commercial. I'm paying probably three times as much as folks who are operating B&Bs, which I maintain as commercial, and they're not paying. They're paying the residential rate. So they've got a big leg up on those who are registered as a commercial enterprise. The last thing I want to mention is that there's been instances in the past where we're treated very differently.
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. I'm going to make it. When COVID struck in a big way, Pitkin County said to me, that is to the Redstone Cliffs Lodge and to every other hotel operator, you cannot operate, you're closed. And when you want to open, you got to file a business plan that'll satisfy COVID requirements. And we did all that. We weren't allowed to open for some 6 weeks beyond our regular opening date, and then for another 3 or 4 weeks at 50%. Those folks, and there are about 7 of them Lisa testified to, in the village residential area operating these short-term rentals, they didn't have a business plan because you didn't even know about them. So they went about their business and probably made money. Now, there may not have been as many people renting at that point because of COVID and they weren't traveling, but I wasn't open at all, and they were. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce. Thank you very much. I know. We saved the best for the last there. Okay, I'm going to go back to the participants or the attendees that we have online. So if there's anybody who would like to speak who has not yet spoken, you need to raise your hand, which is what again, Skylar?
*9.
Okay.
If you're on phone, or you just click raise hand on Zoom, otherwise.
So I saw Joe Wells raise his hand, but Bob McCormick, please. You need to unmute, please, Bob. There you go. Bob, are you there? Bob, can you hear us?
Wonder if he has a bad connection.
Bob, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. You appear to be off mute. So apparently we don't have a good connection. So, Bob, I will keep you in mind because I've got your name on the list, and I will come back to you. I'm going to move down to Joe Wells.
I'm unmuted, I think, now.
Yes, you are, Joe. Thank you.
Joe Wells, Castle Creek Valley. In the interest of time, I just want to say I fully support the remarks of the lady in Woody Creek who says she lives in a neighborhood of hotels despite the fact her neighborhood is zoned for single-family residences. That's all I have to say.
Are you feeling well, Joe?
No, a little under the weather.
It's good to hear from you, Joe. Thank you. I have to give you a little. All right, we're going to go back to Bob McCormick again. Bob, you want to try and unmute, and we'll give you another opportunity. Okay, Bob, you're unmuted, but if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Should be his mic, and it looks like something's trying to come through.
Maybe his volume.
Does his mic look gray instead of green or something? No?
I think it's probably just.
Maybe Bob should hang up and phone back him.
Yeah, he could also call in via phone. He's using the web link.
Bob, we have the number up on our web link. If you'd like to try calling us. Because Bob, we cannot hear you. We do have your letter that you sent with the petition. It came through a couple days ago, I believe. Yeah, yesterday. The days are running together. Okay, Bob, we'll keep you in mind. We're gonna move down to Grafton Smith. Grafton, if you unmute, we can't. There you go.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Yeah,
and
hi.
we can hear you.
My wife, Phyllis. I don't know if you see me at all.
We don't see you. We won't see you because you are an attendee, not a participant.
Ah.
But we can hear
okay.
you, Grafton.
All right. Grafton Smith and my wife, Phyllis, is here. Phyllis has been in the county since 65. I came in 76. So I think we qualify as being long-term residents. Just wanted to say, actually, your proposal, as I've been reading it, seems fine. We already pay taxes on. We rent our house. Well, we rent our house out short term through VRBO, and it's a crucial part of our income stream now. I'm now 72. If you do the math, I'm 72. Phyllis is 76, and so we're slowly phasing out of our businesses, and this is really the only way that we can afford to stay in Aspen. The perfect example is last winter or last spring. My shake roof finally failed after 50 years, and I had to replace it. And the only way that we could afford that was through the income of renting the house. So just wanted to say that we'd be more than happy to to sign up and be licensed. Like I said before, we're already paying taxes through VRBO. So we'd be happy to be to fill out whatever forms and be licensed, and just thought I'd just throw those 2 cents in.
Thank you, Grafton.
The other thing, the only thing I was just in as responding to Cindy's math, is that how much development would have to take place in town on the order of hotels and things to offset the number of people who are staying in short-term rentals.
Grafton, you're at 1 minute.
Okay, I'll just wrap up. The other thing is, and I support the one lady, in our class, our typical renter is a family who is coming for whatever reason, coming from different parts of the country. They're all meeting in Aspen, enjoying the outdoors, and a hotel just doesn't work for them. So we are providing a service and allowing people to enjoy Aspen who perhaps otherwise wouldn't be able to. Thank you.
Thanks, Grafton. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, we're going to go back to Bob McCormick. We're going to give it another try here. So, Bob, we have you unmuted. Are you there?
The only other thing I can think of is maybe a microphone issue with his computer, which
Yeah.
I know we can resolve from afar.
So, Bob, I will, I've got you on the list with the space after you, so I can keep coming back. In the meantime, I'm going to move down the list. Is there anyone else who is on this Zoom as an attendee who would like to speak? If so, please raise your hand.
No. I'll just listen.
Okay, just so everyone knows, we will, my feeling is we would be continuing this hearing, and I plan to continue the public comment. We don't have a date set. We haven't gotten that far down the line here, but so there will be more opportunities. We still are accepting written comments through the county Laserfish website. And so we appreciate the time people take to submit their comments and to get in touch with us. It's part of the public process, and Pickens County believes in the public process in making our decisions. So I'm going to bring the conversation back to the board.
Really?
Francie enjoys public comment so much. There's 20 other people on there, Francie. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. Yeah, and I'm going to look at John Ely around my computer now that's still in front of me. To say, John, where would you, what's the plan from here?
You didn't have any stuff there. So, Patty, I think that if we can wrestle down these 2 blanket exceptions into something that, if the board's comfortable with the way they are or the way they've become or the potential clapper compromise, we'll call it, or some other approach, then that will, advance us quite a bit. I think it's certainly the biggest 2 issues to talk about and to resolve. If the board doesn't feel like they can get to that decision point, then I guess I would suggest continuing it in the same profile that we're in right now for just 2 weeks and get back at it.
Okay, John, having asked you that question, I'm changing my mind. I'm going to bring it back to, I know, Kelly, we have some slides about Redstone. We have people here from Redstone who've been extremely patient with us all day. And so I would perhaps like to see those slides if the board would like to have that discussion. Yeah?
Discussion or
about Redstone.
viewing?
We're going to see it and we can discuss
Okay.
it. If you don't want to discuss it, you can just sit there. Okay.
What we have is a map of Redstone, and it shows clearly the zone districts that are the commercial and the, village commercial and village residential. And the dots on the map are again taken from our MuniRes snapshot in November, December of 2021. And it shows the number of units that at that time were for rent as short-term rentals, not necessarily occupied as short-term rentals, but they were found by MuniRes as being advertised.
Oh, I see.
So the pink, if you will, kind of to the south, that's our village commercial. And then the kind of yellow green is village residential. And the one, if I could, just because poor Bob McCormick couldn't get on, he has what's considered the historic ice house in Redstone. He's in the village commercial zone district. His letter says that they have owned that ice house, the historic ice house, for years, and 12 years ago turned it in. It was his real estate office for years, and then they turned it into a short-term rental 12 years ago. And so he and one other, is my understanding, unit right now in the village commercial rent their units in village commercial.
Rent them out.
Rent them out as short-term rentals. And that second one that I talked about, Bob told me this, I don't know it personally, but that the family who had owned that for years and years and years always had rented it out. And that now there's a new, oh, I'm sorry.
And how long has
And
he,
now-
how long has he owned the property as when he used it for his real estate? He's
It's
been
in
there
his,
for a while.
it's in his letter when they bought it, and I can't remember the year
I
they
have his
bought
letter
it.
right here, but he lives in the gatehouse.
Right. This is not his primary, the issue is it's not his primary residence. It's in a commercial zone district, and it is rented as a short-term rental. And that's the business.
Can I say something to clarify something?
No, we're not doing public comment right now. That's okay. No, because everybody who's listening will want to jump in, but we'll just give me a minute.
About Bob's place, I was gonna say.
It doesn't say how long he's, in the email that I got.
They've lived there since 1974 in the gatehouse.
Okay.
And the ice house was used for small independent real estate office
I
from
got it.
1992 until 2010. But he's been in the gatehouse since 1974.
And when he used it for his real estate, and then whatever years ago, but he has owned it himself.
At least since 92, it sounds like.
Well, he's owned it since.
No, he's owned the gatehouse since 1974 and lived there. I don't know when he bought the ice house, but
Oh,
it
the
was his
gatehouse next
real
door.
estate office from 1992 until 2010.
Yeah, Kelly.
I just would like some clarification. Thanks, sorry, Amy. I'd like some clarification, please, on the northern part of the map. I can't tell where the pink turns from, or where it turns from pink, commercial to residential on the east side there.
Where those circles are stacked up.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I think the line pretty much goes straight across.
So some of those at that end of the village commercial are short-term rentals in village commercial bordering on the village residential.
I can't tell though. It's hard to tell that there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't tell either.
Yeah. So, now that we've seen the map, what do we want to do with it?
This is the zoning map. What's this map?
This is the zoning map.
Yeah,
on
I could give you a
Redstone.
little history on village commercial and village residential. They're specific zone districts that are only in Redstone. They were created for the village of Redstone. And when they were created, it was many years ago, but we looked at it in order to try to keep the pattern in a balanced fashion of commercial and residential. And it was It was a very strategic move on the part of Redstone to zone their community that way. They, using my own words, they were doing their own form of growth management.
Is that when we did the Lot A and B lot?
That was a little bit later.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it had to go through the BOCC because it was zoning. Mhm.
Yeah. So, my concern is for the units that are in the residential section that are being used commercially. I might not have this big a concern if there were units in the commercial that were being used commercially.
Yeah, that's the Ice House and one other.
Yeah. He is in Village Commercial.
Steve has his.
Well,
Oh, thank you.
Patty?
I got them. Steve,
Patty?
computer. Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
I have a question for Cindy. The part that is in the white that is R30 zoning, is that in the Redstone Historic District? And what's the status of those R30 parcels?
Bill's telling me that it is in the historic district, and I know that there are many historic homes up on that hillside. But it's not the village commercial or village residential, it's just an R30 zone district.
Is that where Peter Martin lived?
Yes.
It's up on the hillside,
Right.
Where Peter lived, okay.
Did I answer your question, Steve?
Steve, yeah, so Steve, it's a historic
Yeah.
district, yeah, but it's residential.
Yeah, so I mean, we would have to decide if it's in the Redstone Historic District and we were creating a special situation for Redstone, would we include the R30 part in with the residential zone district? Treat it the same?
Well, it is zoned R30, which is residential.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it should be treated, in the case of Redstone, the same as the yellow part there.
Okay.
So the question is, do we want to allow, short-term rentals in Redstone in any way, shape, or form? Let's start there, in the residential zones in Redstone.
And Patty,
So, yeah, if I could weigh in first, Patty?
Sure.
And I had thought of this before today that, and I didn't know how many were in the commercial zone, but I knew there was at least one other where somebody has a commercial building and they were renting the upstairs out as a STR. If someone is in the commercial zone district and they're paying commercial property taxes on that, then I think that they should be allowed to have a short-term rental business in there. It should be treated in that case like a hotel, in that it would maybe have to meet higher standards of safety, all of the safety things and different things that hotels would have to meet. They would have to meet that also. And I have a whole other thought. It's not unique to Redstone, though. But that would be that if someone is living, okay, I'll use Redstone as an example. If it is their primary residence, they're living there and they want to rent out a room as a short-term rental while they are living there, that would be permitted like in the rest of the county. And I think that would be the proper thing to do. I think all the others should be not allowed, but I do have the caveat that, and I want to suggest this as a solution for the whole county, that we have an appeal process. Anyone, like Chris Bryan said, anyone can apply for the short-term rental license. If someone is a second homeowner and is not living, that's not their primary residence, they would not by right get the short-term rental permit, but they could have an appeal process that if they want to come, maybe they're a family, like several who have spoken today have, presented a good case. They've been renting their house for part of the year for a long time in order to pay the bills and just to keep the property in their family. And I think that should be part of an appeal process. If someone is in that situation, they can come to whoever is doing the appeal process. Now, it might be administrative, or maybe it would come to the county commissioners. We have spent quite a bit of time listening to these stories already, just as if we were, probably no more time than we would spend as an appeals board if we were the ones to hear people's stories and decide if it merits them getting a 1-year short-term rental license.
Okay, I'm gonna.
So I suggest that as a solution for the whole county, including Redstone.
I'm going to bring the conversation back to the topic at hand, which is Redstone. But yeah, I think an appeal process we had talked about that before, and we should probably talk about it. But I want to get us back onto those topics. Francie, please.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could come up with something for the entire county that would work for Redstone. Then do we need to pursue exempting Redstone from the county regulations, whatever we decide? I mean, I think Redstone is unique, but I'm just wondering if we wrote an ordinance that worked for you, but it was for the whole county, why would we spend all this time talking about Redstone separately? I think that we should talk about the county in general first, and then if that doesn't work, it doesn't seem like it's gonna work for Redstone, then we could get specific about Redstone. I'm done.
No, that's,
Kelly's ready to-
I'm going to go to John Ely and then to Kelly. Because, John, you had your hand up. Kelly told me that you had your hand up, John.
My hand before, Patty, because the issue of appeals have come up a couple of times, and I just wanted to clear that up. But with Francie's comment of focusing on a more global regulation, that seems to make sense to me anyway. So I want to.
You made sense, Francie. Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I guess regarding Redstone, the distinction for me for Redstone is short-term rental activity in the commercial zone, which is unique from the whole county because we don't have other commercial zones, really. So if we want to think of that, I guess AABC would be the other one.
Yeah. There's probably short-term rentals there.
Well, there's a lot of affordable housing, so they are prohibited from short-term renting, technically.
So, I'm going to ask, so then would you be supporting short-term rentals in the commercial zone in Redstone?
I don't know. I mean, I think if Steve, if you're paying commercial property tax on a commercial lot, or, building, then, and that activity is covered under that. But my understanding is that the assessors scope that, they separate that out.
What's residential? What's
Yeah.
commercial?
So anyway.
So that
So
brings
I mean, I agree with Francie. I think we should be looking at a global solution and then figuring out, are there places where it doesn't fit or work? It sounds
We
like
wanna-
what we
we
are
wanna
talking,
be
for
a little
example,
unique.
Bob McCormick's, it sounds like what we were talking about with exempting a 10-year plus whatever
Yeah.
property,
Well,
if it's important for people to capture that or not.
Before we move on from this, I have a question. Cindy, I hope you have the answer. How many units in the Redstone commercial are solely used for residential and are not used for commercial purposes?
I have no idea. I'm so sorry.
Are there some, just, you three can't answer because you're not on a mic. Are there some in the commercial that are not used for commercial but are used solely for residential?
Sure, there's a lot of them.
Okay. In the commercial zone, in the Redstone commercial zoning, okay.
Cronies, there's a bunch of them.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You're not gonna let me say about for Bob.
No.
To explain.
We can't, you can't, because Bob has not given you permission to speak for him.
No,
No, we can't, no, I'm sorry, but then everybody's gonna wanna come in and make comments to our comments, and we are.
No, it's not a comment, it's just.
No, but everybody, wait, stop, everyone will want to clarify issues, so we're not, we don't go there.
Send
Sorry.
us an email. Get on your phone and send us an email, right now.
But I'm trying to run the meeting, and I can't be pulling on my emails, so.
No, I know, but.
Okay,
Get her word in.
I'm gonna take us back. We wanted to see the maps, we did. I think Francie's suggestion is a good one. Let's look at the bigger picture and see what doesn't or does work in Redstone, and then we can come back to it if we feel we need to, or not. So I'm gonna go back to the first issue at hand, the first discussion that we had, to see if we can go anywhere with it, was about the principal ownership issue. What I saw was, the other thing we needed to look at some point in the future was limiting to numbers of days. When we get more data on that, we can, it's a living document. So I want to feel the board out on that. Should we keep the exemption or the exception under the principal ownership in the ordinance as drafted? We will look at devils in the details if we choose to do that. I would like to see it there because it was such a great idea.
I'll respond. If you want to call on me.
Yeah, I'll call on you, of course I will. But I'm not going to listen.
I'm still uncomfortable with a blanket principal ownership restriction. I think we have too many exceptions in the county for people who are acting in good faith and STRs that work where they are to take such a draconian step towards every single person in the county. It just seems to me it's prejudicial against people who don't live here. And we have a lot of people who don't live here, but they consider this part of their world, and we consider them part of our communities, even though they may go somewhere else for a while. So what I would like to see, and this is not specifically about principal ownership, I forget who it was who said, I think it might have been Joe, I can't remember, that we should take an incremental approach. So originally we had said, let's license, let's collect fees, let's collect taxes, let's make sure that they're not going to burn down, let's make sure they have a contact person, all those things that we first talked about and John first wrote about. And then, as Steve just suggested, we allow anybody to apply for a license, a license, but we have policy that guides our decision on whether or not they're granted it. So we would, in effect, have some requirements for winning the license once you apply. And I know that might be onerous for the person who has to go through these applications, more so than if we had an ordinance that said, if it's not your principal resident, forget it, don't even apply. But I do think we have enough exceptions to the rule. And I don't know in the county how many of our properties are owned by large corporations and rented out every day. I mean, clearly there's some in Woody Creek. Maybe we come up with an exception for Woody Creek also, I don't know. But I don't know how many there are countywide that are like that. So that I don't know how big a task it would be for the person who's going through these applications, but I think there would be some way to make it a positive thing rather than no, you can't unless you appeal and you get this exemption. So that we say anybody can apply, but one of the questions could be something about how many days a year do you expect to rent this out? And that would affect the decision. So, and that would be enforceable. So if they say, well, we expect to rent it out 365 days a year, we're like, no, that's not going to happen, or I don't know exactly what the criteria would be, but that's what I'd like to suggest. We start with less restrictions and then respond to applications, to put it as short as I can.
That is a good point to talk about. I'm going to look to the county attorney and ask him, John, what does that do with legal ramifications for the board? One of the issues is if you lead someone to believe that they're going to get a license and then we decide to go stricter, and they've relied on us to allow them because they got a license, and then we change the rules to be more strict, and they can come back and get us.
Yeah.
And the other thing is saying how many days is, so is it, that's onerous.
I don't know if that's the right.
No, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that, I would really like to believe that people would say, I'm only gonna rent it 2 weeks, this time 2 weeks, and I'm gonna live there the rest of the time, but I'm just not quite comfortable going there, and I think the only exception we have is for people that's presented here. We have no other really exceptions, other than you have to be a primary resident, or if you can do, with this exception, we haven't worked out the devil in the details yet, to allow people that have had the long-term family ownership to come in and apply with a history of renting.
Yeah,
John, but I asked John a question.
Yeah,
so.
I just wanted to add on the very last thing that was part of that, is that if at one point, John, when I was reading your stuff, it was like, well, we start strict and then we realize we don't need to be that strict, so we get more lax in our regulations. I would rather see it go the other way, that we're less restrictive to start with, and then as we have a year or two under our belt, we realize, oh my God, we really need to be more strict. Anyway, so.
That's the harder direction to go, but I appreciate your thought. John, can you weigh in on this?
Well, you have a lot of questions embedded there, so let me know, I guess, if I overlook something. But there's nothing legally wrong with Francie's approach. We can definitely start that way and ratchet up as opposed to ratchet down. And both are sustainable and both are enforceable. It's simply a question of preference and what you're more comfortable with. The idea of not having a prohibition, but having a policy, or have right now the application will require a declaration of how many days a year the applicant intends to rent, but it is not a factor in the rental. So you'd have to come up with a criteria that favors lower number of rental days than higher rental days. The dilemma there is then you'd have to also come up with a ceiling, because if you're favoring one application over another, that means you're denying an application for exceeding some number of days. So you're still going to have to, if you go in this direction, you're still going to have to articulate that number of days, or you're still going to have to say there's only so many licenses available, and they will be issued for the applicants who are going to rent for the lowest number of days. It can be done. You just simply have to flesh out all those details so that you have a regulation that's enforceable. And by enforceable, I mean understandable and appreciable by an applicant. So they know what to expect when they're walking in. They know what the regulation is that would be applied to their request. The compromise solution does have some eloquence to it, in that you are still looking for properties to have a principal resident, but you're not excluding necessarily the application process. If someone can establish a factor to consider that, for example, a number of years of previous rental activity with no adverse impacts, no injuries, no whatever, then you can get away from that exclusion. To be honest with you, Francie, it sounds like your comments are trending that direction because of the difficulty in trying to establish a policy that would favor one applicant over another, or have a bright line of a number of days that are available for rental. And as we talked about before, the principal resident thing does not put a cap on the amount of time or amount of days that a property can be rented.
It's partially that, John, but it's also, it seems like Woody Creek and Redstone are really the only places outside of Aspen that we've been hearing from that have a problem with this. And so I'm not quite sure why we would be so
Mountain Valley.
strict. Yeah, where's Mountain Valley?
Mountain Valley is at the east end of
Yeah.
Aspen, and they have a significant issue there.
Yeah. Anyway, so maybe we can, that was where it came from. I don't need to keep talking, but it was partially from that it doesn't seem like it's a county-wide problem. And
It is, I
it
think
has
it is
cost.
a countywide project.
Okay.
I think it is a countywide problem. Because, and it's
So
going to be
that
growing.
we can construct a recommendation along those lines. In fact, if the board tation at all, then that still leaves you with the issue of how to deal with the village, or perhaps the village plus a number of other neighborhoods within the county. And you can limit the restrictions to geographic areas within the county if that's your desire. You can do that. You can decide, well, we won't have this restriction apply to the county as a whole, but we'll have this restriction apply to these areas. That's perfectly acceptable.
Okay. Kelly, Greg?
I mean, I think I've been pretty clear and steadfast, and I'll just respond. I know to Chris Bryan's concern that said we shouldn't be copying Denver. You know, on the other side of that, you know, Routt County prohibits STRs altogether in unincorporated counties. So I do think we are finding middle ground here that honors the fact that short-term rentals provide a lodging opportunity that hotels traditionally don't, and we're not precluding that activity altogether. So I continue to think the primary residence is a meaningful way for numbers of reasons to, I think, get our hands around limiting the activity. I'm not loving the exception. I'm not loving, you know, we still have to talk about details of an exception. I don't love that approach because it to me is just sort of purely political and isn't really getting at the impacts that we're trying to regulate for. But, you know, I also recognize the spirit of compromise there and think that retaining the primary residence component is important enough to me to move forward. So I would like to retain that. And then we can talk more details about who might qualify for an exception or not.
Craig?
I'm just sorry. Mike, beat you to it.
Mike?
You know, the issues happen where there's density. Big issue. The issue we're talking about where you have bad neighbors happens when it's dense and you're tightly packed and you're looking at what your neighbors are doing and they're in your face because they're misbehaving one way or another. That's what we're hearing about in Redstone and Woody Creek and Mountain Valley. It's where, you know, the people right there next to you are hampering your quiet enjoyment of your property. There is an argument that if somebody's out of sight, out of mind, and they're doing it, so what's the problem? So it comes down to supervision when we tie it to principal residence. The idea was that we have somebody on site who is there, living there, and supervising the activity to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand. I'm trying to figure out how to work to make sure we're not missing something here with that. Just having a property manager who's supervising isn't going to be satisfactory because it'll still kill the neighborhood, as the neighborhoods have been pointing out.
But the principal residency doesn't mean that they have to live there when they're renting. It means that
No, you
they
mean
have-
51% of the year.
that they still have to have a
1%.
local property
Well, so then maybe then
manager
it's not
who's
an issue.
responsible.
Then it's still a matter of supervision.
Well, they're required to have somebody local who is on call 24 hours a day, that people can reach, neighbors can reach, we can reach if there's enforcement issues or violations.
I thought it read within 24 hours. Not 24 hours a day,
Well,
but
that's-
would respond within 24
Somebody
hours.
who's local that they can
Yeah,
call and people
yeah.
will react. So, and we're gonna appoint you to that position, Craig.
I'm leaning with Kelly right now. I like the idea of principal residence, and I like the possibility of an appeal with an exception because we know we're going to see some. I'm worried about how everyone will have an exception, but maybe that's the way we need to begin.
Yeah, and I can support I have concerns about the principal ownership, but I think I'm one who'd rather go stricter and if things ease up, go more lenient because I've dealt with land use so much in the past. And if you tell somebody, this is what you have to do, and they come in and do it, and then you go, well, now we're requiring you to do that, that leads for very unhappy customers. But when you start up here, it's like
Yeah,
when
it's like
we have to
teaching-
bring something back, we can go more lenient, we can't go more strict. That's just kind of the rule
Yeah, I
of
got
thumb.
you.
But let me just finish real quick. And then I think I would like to have staff look at the devils in the details on this exception. And I'm going to take exception to, well, just so you know, I'm not doing it for political reasons. I'm doing it because I think people who've had family ownership, because my family has been here for so long, so is Greg's, but my family had lived in Aspen for so many years. And that's a flavor of community when you have people who have generations of families who've lived. I know you're still the generation, Ellen, yourself.
No, I'm not, it's not the word generation, it's just the whole judgment of people by how long they've lived here. It's just.
Well, I'm saying
Okay.
ownership, so maybe the kids have only been here 6 years, but the family's owned the house for 40. So, and I think that is part of the community I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose that familial history in this community, because we're trying to preserve community, and I think, it's like seeing why was Stapleton down in the West End for all those years, or, that Mark Lunas living in the West End. Those people have a sense of flavor in this community, and that's what this community is losing. Article in the paper about Sky Wineglass today. The funkiness is gone, that flavor is gone, and I think that's a way for us to try and hang on to a little bit that's left. Francie.
I guess I have to ask, and this is partly true for Redstone, but mostly just like but anyway, what will happen to all those people who have these houses that they've put money into and time into and care about and want to move back to and stuff? What happens if we say you can't do this? Hopefully, maybe some of them will do long-term rentals for part of the time or something like that, but do they all sell their houses and then somebody else buys it and makes it twice the size? And I mean, it's a lot of people that we're going to be impacting, and some of their stories I have found incredibly compelling on both sides, of course. But that's my question. So then what? We're not talking. I'm not talking about the
8-second homes.
I'm not talking about that guy. I'm not talking about the corporate places that rent them out 365 days a year. I mean, hopefully we can weed those out. But I'm just talking about.
I mean, I do appreciate that, because I did want to kind of just. It is on. Sorry, it's on. It's on. It's on.
Speak up.
I did want to. I mean, I appreciate you bringing it to like kind of a bigger picture, because I wanted to go there a little bit as well, which for me is part of what I carry through in these threads of conversation. And when I said political, that wasn't meant to be pejorative, just as opposed to like regulatory. So I don't know what those people will do. I do think this might be a rich list of people to sort of ask what would incentivize you to make a long-term rental as like a separate conversation. But I also think that, there are a lot of impacts being generated here. And I just, Cindy sort of said something to me that was just, a very just data statement, but stood out. That 20% increase in use from 2018 until 2021. Like, just think back to 2019 when all the hotels were booked and there was no COVID, and now 20% greater use of short-term, or greater availability and advertising of short-term rentals. Like, this to me is where the impacts are coming from, with our need to, do more on our trails, put in recreation management programs, have to look at overuse on roads, try and hire more sheriff's deputies and equipment and cars and all of that to service all of this. Like, they are connected for me, and so I just think that I am, I think people will find their way, but we will never be able to address all of those impacts. I mean, the sub-headline yesterday is the City of Aspen raises $3.4 million in tax from short-term rentals. $3.4 million is not money to sniff at, but it is not enough to manage for all of those problems that seem to be just increasing year over year that we are required to manage and address for, to protect the things that really, I think, are the underpin of our community. So it's not, this is not a regulation to me to penalize anybody, you know, like, I hope that, like, we will continue to offer short-term rentals for people to visit here, but, you know, VRBO considers this a primary market. Are we a primary market or are we a community? You know, and so this is why I'm finding like primary residence is a compromise. Maybe having some carve out for people who have long-term ownership and presence here is a compromise. But we have to take some steps, I think, to just say
I do
this
too.
isn't a full, you know, we're not just a primary market for all the tourist demand that there is out there.
I agree, we have to take some steps, you know, but do you really think that short-term rentals increase our population by a significant amount? Because it's a house, so it has people in it, and there's only so many people you can put in it. So is it really multiplying our
They're
population?
not living there. They're going out to eat all the time. They're going on the trails all the time. They're using all the recreational amenities all the time. They're not taking transit. They're using the roads, you know? So, yes, I do think it is. It is impacting all of the resources.
Not necessarily by the numbers of people, but by their
You know.
habits.
And they don't know how to use crosswalks.
Steve Child, please.
Cindy, did you have your hand up too?
After Steve.
Steve, go ahead, please.
Yes. So I'm thinking of a list of criteria or that would be considered for the exceptions that we could, you know, consider. One of them would be the hardship cases of the, I think it was Bill Yocums brought that up another meeting, where if someone has to be is in a long-term care facility, that their house could be considered for short-term rental.
That was at the Emma Caucus meeting that we went to, you and I.
And Steve, it's I think it's already in here. And it was mentioned, but
Okay,
I
so
don't-
that would be one. One would be the person or the family would have to be part-time residents, not just second homeowners, but part-time residents. So part of the year that family or members of that family are there in the family house,
That's what I was getting.
staying there. That would have to be a criteria. That I think would eliminate the corporations who are buying houses and just for a business thing to run a mini hotel in the name of a short-term rental. The people would be, one of the criteria, they would have to limit the length of time that they would rent it out during the course of the year, and maybe, you know, everything from 14 days to meet the federal tax thing was suggested, 60 days, 90 days, different things have been suggested, but I think I was thinking, you know, maybe 30 or 60 days or something would be the limit that the exceptions could rent it out short-term during the year. Another exception could be if they are in I don't know, the commercial zone district in Redstone. That's sort of a different exception. Maybe they would be allowed to rent it more than the limited time limit in a commercial zone district. Maybe they operate more like a hotel. So I'm trying to think of other exceptions. That you kind of see where I'm going, though, that we have to have a list of criteria that they have to meet. If they can't meet those criteria, then they don't get their short-term rental license.
Well, the only exception that I was presenting was the one specific to the family history of ownership. And the fact they had used.
That was another one, Patty, that they have a long-term history of renting their house, and maybe that's over, you know, going back at least 5 years. If we think back to when the STRs things started exploding all of a sudden on the scene, and maybe they have to show that they've been renting this for longer than a 5-year period or a 10-year period or whatever.
That's okay.
So those are the kind of criteria I'm thinking of. They have to be really specific criteria that would meet the exception rule to have us to have it be approved.
And again, back to the days and the time frame, I think that is something, again, I'm going to reiterate this again. I think that's something we need to have in the conversation. I don't think at this point we need to get more data to find out what the numbers are out there. So that is something we could bring back when we review this living document in the future. Right now, my goal is to get something on the books, get this program started. We are now getting off into the weeds of minutia, which I know we all want to talk about, but we need to make an effort here to move forward. I think I'm seeing some agreement on maintaining the principal ownership with some exception. But we have to have some devil in the details criteria. I think hardships, John, did we not address the hardships of people in, like who have to move to a rehab facility or extended living?
It came up in discussion previously, but was not determined one way or the other. I commented on it in the memo.
Yeah, we kind of decided that that would probably occur because family members, and so I don't know if we need to specifically address that one.
I don't know if that's really a change of residence.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it might still be
exactly.
your primary
Yeah,
residence.
exactly, and I think that's what John was alluding to. So I could move forward with the principal ownership issue at this time if we work out some details for the exception. I think that, for me, still maintains a sense of community with some controls. I think in the future we do need to look at some dates and timeframes. I think we need to see where we come at the end of the day and look at how we want to address Redstone. And we may, whatever we end up with at the end of the day may fit into Redstone. It may need to be tweaked with some uniqueness. We know Redstone is unique. All of you are unique. And then that may apply to Woody Creek. We don't know. There's other areas. I think Holland Hills has an issue too because of their density and their neighborhood. We'll be probably hearing more, but that's where I'd like to go. Again, with rural remote, I think we're kind of at the prohibition, but it doesn't mean that in the future we might not want to look at some areas of rural remote that it might be appropriate, or summertime use or limited use, be that could come back. Because I appreciate the fact that it's a great experience back there for people, especially in the summer. It's when I like it back there. But for our visitors and our guests to be able to experience that with some controls. But I'm not gonna pound on fists on that one right at this time.
And then Cindy wanted to talk. Didn't Cindy want to go after Steve?
Yeah, and then Cindy, you wanted to go after Steve, and I jumped right in there in front of you. Sorry.
No, you guys, it's your discussion. We were on the topic of, I think, Francie, you asked the question, does the short-term rental market increase our issues?
Our population.
Impacts.
No, I said population.
Okay.
Impacts, I think, yes.
Okay.
I meant population, number of people.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, what were you going to say?
Number, I can't speak to number of people in terms of full-time residency, no. I mean, you look at population as far as the full-time residency, but I wanted to point out, I think it's maybe the third or fourth paragraph in John Ely's memo, but back to that, I think he captured what we were working on together and trying to say. And anytime I get a chance to talk about growth, because we're going to talk about that more broadly here, hopefully soon, I think that the short-term rental market does accentuate growth issues and impacts in the community. And if you read John's memo, I'm not going to reiterate that, but we are getting in data from our economic consultants that I think it's going to be really helpful to support some of the things that Kelly was pointing out and you were pointing out, Francie. I mean, not to say that it's bad or good, but we are experiencing those impacts, and everyone can say that. We know now that over the last 2 years that there is 21% longer stay, that people who are staying in their second homes 21% more than they were in the past. We feel that. And then when you put into, we're also 13% up in terms of our road count, if you will, the number of cars that are coming up Valley every day.
We are?
Yeah. we have over 400, close to 500 new vehicles per day, while at the same time we're experiencing a population loss and we're experiencing a labor loss. And so the issue is that people are trying to do more with less in terms of employment. And then that, of course, then sparks some of our other social needs in the community. And obviously, our housing, our local housing has gone down by 1%. And over the last couple years, according to our consultants. So I just have to say that the indicators that we're seeing from this study that we're doing is showing that, yes, in fact, I mean, the resort is thriving, no doubt about it, but the local community factors are in dire need to be addressed. So I just say that with that, I like the approach. I think that you're heading in terms of a stricter approach and then loosen up if we can with short-term rentals, just because the impacts are there from the turnover rates. You know that you have more people on the road that are servicing those units just for one thing. So
now I want to add to that real quick, because what I've seen in my little neighborhood, you're talking about population, the houses seem to be fuller when they're a short-term rental. And so, you usually you have Mr. and Mrs. Jones live in their house, and then they short-term rental, and there's 6 people living in it, because they have the capacity in their homes for that. Or they're rolling out couches, or kids are sleeping in sleeping bags in tents in the living room, because that's what you do in the mountains. So I do think we're seeing some of that. I can't quantify or qualify that, but I think that I'm feeling it in my neighborhood for people who rent out 2 rooms in their house, and there's 4 extra people because there's 2 people in both those rooms, and they, short term, and it's great for the fixed income people who need that, but the impacts are shared by the neighbor, and the transit service, and our trash service, and our water service. So it's a tough one. It's really tough to tell people, this is how you can use your home, this is how you can't. But when your impacts are overflowing onto your neighbors, that's sometimes when elected officials need to step in, because it's really in the best interest of the community as a whole. And that's one of the reasons why I, again, want to get something on the books. Let's see how it goes, bring it back and see what works, what doesn't work, what we might need to add, subtract, or tweak. I noticed that Steve had his hand up. Steve, did you want to speak again? Your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks.
And then Francie.
Thanks, Patty. I don't know if there are any instances of this, but what about the situation where someone this is their full-time residence, Pitkin County, but they own more than one house in Pitkin County and want to rent one of them out short-term? They are a full-time resident. Maybe that's not the house that they live in, but we haven't really discussed that, and I don't know how many cases there might be of that, but there might be some. Do we want to think about that one?
That's a good question, Steve, but those people can always, I know of a couple of cases that way, but they can always use their other residence as their primary and, live in the house across the street, or, I mean, there's ways, but yeah, and I wish I could live in a house and own a few more in Aspen, but yeah.
I had 2 in Burlingame for a couple months.
Yeah. So
my turn?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think we have to move forward too.
Thank you.
We're all working in that direction, and some of us need more details maybe than you do, but so I really liked what Steve said about the exceptions but I still feel strongly that well, actually, I wanted to precede this by saying, I think one thing we could do, if I could get my way, which I don't think I'm going to, because I'm in the minority here, but is that we could do a principal ownership requirement in Redstone. That then maybe those houses would be rented out long-term, which would solve a lot of the problems there and stuff. So I could see it in that area, that would be really appropriate there, because that is a residential community. And it was designated that. Most places, even though they're residential, they're not quite the same as where there's commercial and residential. But I still would like to see the ability of people to apply for a license, but there are hoops that they have to jump through. And Steve, what you had said was pretty much what I was saying, that you have to live there part of the time. It doesn't have to be your principal residence, but you have to live there part of the time. And I think that is the problem that I heard from the people in Woody Creek, is that those houses are never occupied by people. Those houses are empty. The people don't care about them. But I think if you do live in this house, even though it's not your principal residence, I don't know, 3 months a year or 6 weeks a year or whatever, that should qualify you. So I think that if you're allowed to apply and you cannot prove that you live there at all, you don't get it. You're like, no, absolutely not. That is not a short-term rental property. But if you own it and you can prove that you're there part of the time, and you said one other thing, Steve, it was presence in the house. Oh, because that would definitely affect the length of time rented out. So I do think that could be part of it, and that would not be that hard to enforce, if you. So anyway, I see those two things as being limiting actions taken on an application that could weed out all the corporate people and a lot of the houses that are rented out all the time. And I don't know, that's the way I'd like to go.
Can I get clarification? So you're saying owner in residence part of the time rather than principal residence. Is that what I hear?
They have to say they're gonna live there 6 weeks.
Yeah, you have to live there part of the year.
So what happens if it's a timeshare? What if it's one of these places?
Well, we don't have any timeshares in the county.
Well, we've got big time timeshare companies are promoting themselves and coming into the company. Vacasa and Picasso and
yeah, so
all those
far,
are coming
fortunately,
in,
they're not
and
in the county.
they're advertising Aspen houses already. So I think they're here.
But timeshares aren't short-term rentals, so I mean, are you asking that we include?
Well, I'm just wondering if somebody has a 1/16 timeshare in a house, they're an owner, so they come in, do they meet your criteria to short-term rent the rest of the time?
For their time period?
No, for
No, for the whole year.
But if you have a timeshare, then you only get it for a certain amount of the year.
Yeah,
so they can't rent it for the whole year.
Okay.
Rent it out.
We could talk about that.
Yeah.
But
Anyway, we don't have any right now.
yeah,
so.
but for me, I don't want everybody and their brother and their mother coming in and applying for something when we know that 80%, 70% of those are not going to qualify. And so it's putting people through the hoops, staff and the public, unnecessarily.
But that's a random number. Maybe 80% of them would qualify.
Well, then they would qualify. They would be principal owners, and they could come in and qualify. So I don't want to mislead the public. I don't want to tell the public, we're going to let you apply. We're going to say no because you're not going to qualify. I can't go there. I want to be clear and transparent in setting it up.
What you'd have to do.
I just would say practically. I mean, Francie, you were on the same call. Practically, sorry, Amy. You were on the same call I was with City and County of Denver, and just even their, efforts to attempt define principal residency, which is pretty clear. I mean, you can have one, right? Like that's pretty clear in multiple applications of that term. I mean, I don't even know what criteria we would use for someone to prove part-time occupancy of a home in Pickens County
or ownership.
They're going to write it on a piece of paper.
I'm a no on
and
that. I kind of like to
for it.
see if I'm not sure if we have a majority of the board to sort of more fully flesh out Francie's idea, or if we can move on.
It looks like the board wants to go the other way. Say, no, you don't get it unless you can show these exceptions, rather than show that you qualify. I want to have people show that
Because you have to have
qualify.
criteria. It's just the same backside of the same coin. You have to have criteria that people will know whether they are or they're not. And if we say our criteria is you promise to live there, or you promise to only rent 30 days of the year, then we're essentially saying you can't rent more than 30 days of the year if you expect to get a permit. It's a flip side of a coin.
It's
and
the
I
flip
just
side
think
of
we
the
should
coin.
be clear
It
about
definitely
what
is
we
that.
want.
Yep. It's just that mine is not like everybody is out who has this particular situation. And so.
One of the concerns I have is the ability, I don't want to allow corporations to come in and take homes and turn them into a profit maker and use our community for financial gain while we're losing our sense of community.
I completely agree.
And one of the issues is we're not remembering Red Mountain. Red Mountain has big homes up there that are being short-term rented for a lot of money from people who might be there 6 weeks, but it's not their primary residence because they have how many other houses. But there are some people on Red Mountain, the old schoolers that live up there, that may short-term rental, but it is their primary residence, or it has been in their family. There's still some little old houses up there in the nooks and crannies. That's the other thing. We can, in the future, come back and say, we're gonna broaden this qualification if we find that there's room to broaden it and bring it back. Rather than say, everybody can apply, and then in 6 months say, whoops, we didn't really mean it. I just have a hard time going there. I would rather start out here, not start out stricter and loosen it up if it's proven that there's some areas that can be loosened up or that make better sense in the future. But we don't know that now. And just like we don't know what numbers and what shoulder seasons and high seasons, what numbers work and what the track history is. That's part of the process that we agreed to at the beginning of this process, was we need to get something out there to start to gather Pitkin County data.
Okay, this is not that.
Oh, you're
Sorry.
no, you were ahead of
Okay.
me.
I was
gonna say,
yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to
Sorry, please.
continue this, or do you want to see a motion that we can then put on the table and discuss?
No, I don't want to, no, we're going to continue this, but we need to give staff direction as to what issues we want to bring back. Steve's exceptions issues, I think it needs to be further vetted. I think we need to, at the next discussion, we're going to need to see where we're going and how this might affect Redstone. It might work for Woody Creek and Redstone or some of those unique neighborhoods. I think that's an opportunity we need to have before us. Kelly?
So I think what I'm hearing, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, is that there is support for criteria that you are a principal resident and owner, because we don't want to extend this to tenants, and to apply for a license, and that we will also consider an exception if you can prove that the residence has been owned via chain of title for a certain number of years and has short-term rented that residence for a certain number of years and can prove both. And so I think it would be helpful if we could figure out what those there's two fill in the blanks there, how many years and
I was going to suggest
each of ownership and rental, and I wonder if then we can flesh that out, if then Redstone can consider if that helps resolve some of the issues and bring that feedback back to us at the next reading, to which we can decide if we need to do further
Uniqueness.
refining in Redstone or not.
I was going to suggest 30 years of ownership in the family, but that's debatable. The board might want to go to 40. And I was thinking 8 to 10 years of rental history.
I wouldn't support that,
What would you support?
much less.
Are you going to support it at all? With the
Yes, I
resolution? Okay.
am. I'm
I'm
trying to get
just
to a yes
curious.
vote. I'm trying really hard to
What
get to
number
a
would you
yes vote.
support as far as
But
your
I think
ownership?
requiring somebody to live here for 30 years in order to qualify
No, they
for this-
don't. No. The family chain of
Yeah,
history
I know
has to be
the
here.
family, the
It's not the
family,
one
no.
person, Francie, living in your house for 30 years.
No.
It's the chain of history.
This is the exception, not the.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest something much less than that too.
Thank you.
At least 20 maximum. I was actually thinking maybe 5 or 10 year rental history, and 10 or 20 year ownership is what I was thinking along in that range. We're not aiming this just towards the old timer families. They would totally fit into that, and many of them are the ones that's how they've managed to stay here. But then there are other people who have, like the guy who worked at the ski company, and he and his friend bought the house, and they have, I can't remember what year he said they bought it in, but They haven't been here for 30 years, but they are young, energetic people that we would like to get them into the community as full-time residents at some point, and we'd like them to be able to keep ownership of their house in the meantime.
He's the gentleman that I think owns 7 or 8 homes.
No, no.
And he lives in Woody Creek and
Complain
asked the
about Woody
people who
Creek,
live
right?
across Woody Creek from him how that house works out in short-term rentals. From what I'm hearing from the people in the neighborhood, it is not a pleasant situation, so. But anyway, for me, 10 years is way, I mean, this is in family history. It's not.
That's your perception of it.
I am explaining my perception of it.
okay.
I'm not telling you you have to vote for it. I'm trying to explain. My perception is, it's not, I bought my own house and I've owned it for 10 years, but I'm not gonna live here anymore, so I want a short-term rental it. No, it's my perception, where I'm going, is that it's been in the family for years, 20, 30, 40 years, and that there's a history of renting it. And it's not that I bought a house, I've got it for 10 years, and I'm going to flip it in short-term rental, and I'm going to move to Texas. That
I
is
wouldn't
a
say
concern
that
to
that's
me.
what that lovely lady who talked to us was like, but she's not a third generation Aspenite, but she has a place that she rents out and she loves it, and her business took her somewhere else for a while, so it's not her primary residence right now, and she's,
And hers would probably be a perfect place to rent long-term.
not if she's gonna be there probably. Anyway, yes, it would be great if a lot of these properties turned to long-term rentals,
She's
and
not
I
used-
think that would happen in Redstone if we changed it there, for
Okay.
sure.
So,
So
Keep
I
us
was
moving,
thinking,
Kelly, you're on the
yeah,
right track.
Thanks. I mean, I was thinking of, proof of ownership for 10 years and proof of short-term rental activity for 5 years within that 10-year period, demonstrated by probably like their sales tax receipts to the state. Which I think is a pretty tough threshold that people are not, many people are not gonna,
right,
be able to overcome that. But which,
If I
I've
could-
only lived here for 9 years.
if that
so
brings the
I'm not
board
sure I'm
together,
eligible.
if that brings the board together on this, I will compromise on one more issue and do 10 and 5.
And that's the exception, that's one of
That's
the
the
exceptions.
Exception.
I would support that.
So we would like to work out some devil in the details when this comes back to us on the principal ownership with the exception. And then rural remote, we are now prohibiting at this time, is that my understanding? But that could come back in the future with some exceptions where rural remote zones might be different than the back of Aspen Mountain, but
So there's an appeals process for that, where's the appeals process?
Yeah, how do the Smiths get in, basically?
I don't
Through an
think they
appeal?
should,
no,
personally.
it's
kind of
prohibited.
question, and
It's
that's what I'm-
prohibited. They can rent for 30 days on the back of Aspen Mountain.
Or they can go live in their cabin and rent their home for a short-term rental for whatever period they need to, because they are principal owners in Pickens County.
So is there an appeals? That's a good question.
We had talked about appeals at one of our previous meetings, and we decided it was very onerous, and we decided that, that's my understanding. And we kind of went, well, appeal process, because I believe in appeal process. That's Cindy, I've always won championing for appeals. But if that's something the board wants to bring back at the next reading, we need to have that vetted.
But what are they appealing? The ordinance or their own application?
Their
or
own application.
Inability to submit an application, or?
No, it'd be people who were denied, people who can submit an application and who were denied, or people who had a hardship that was denied.
Mhm.
I think you should allow that one, or people who went for the exception and were denied. I'm not saying that because you are a corporation, you can come back and appeal.
Well, we have other things that are appealed, like the whole agricultural lease thing and stuff, and we have Mick out there ready to resolve all those things.
Francie's gonna hear all of the appeals.
No, Mick is.
So.
Oh, it looks like it's snowing.
It's supposed to snow 4 to 8 inches tonight. We gotta get the redstone people.
What else do we
safely
need to put in this? Do we need to talk about number of people per room? Is that something we should?
No, that
Well,
was
that
just-
was changed.
That
on
was
the
changed by
proposed
public health. Use of RVs is not allowed by the code.
Okay, so we don't have to address that here.
And when we evaluate the properties, we are gonna look, and this is a really positive thing, we're gonna look at septic systems to make sure that they're up to snuff. Not up to stuff, but up to snuff. And
as opposed to up to.
Up to. So that, those kind of things I think we're moving forward on. We are not extending this to people who lease a property. They cannot apply for short-term rental. It has to.
Are we gonna check septic systems, or are we gonna assume that the septic systems were built for 2 rooms per bedroom, and so we're restricting it to 2 rooms per
That's up
bedroom?
to city, I mean, that's up to Cindy and environmental health. I don't know the answer.
A referral to environmental health to make.
And your mask.
A referral to environmental health to make sure that the septic system can handle the request.
If it's more than 2 per bedroom?
No, it's good. That,
I
the
mean,
septic
if we
systems-
restrict it to 2 per bedroom, isn't that within environmental health regulations?
That's how they design the septic system.
Yeah, so
But
do
we
have
make
to
sure,
go back to public health?
we make sure that it's,
We're just shifting
John,
the
John's
government on
got his
us.
hand up. John, you gotta wave it, because I, yes, Mr. Ely?
no waving function on my hand.
It's like a ghost in the river.
All right, first, the way the regulation has been suggested to be changed is in line with what Kurt's comments were from me as far as septic and water, and that is to have each application proved. In other words, if somebody is on a septic system as opposed to a sewage system, then you have to check the size that that septic system was designed to accommodate. These days, it's for 2 people per bedroom, but that's not always the case. You also have to check it against what the building was permitted for, how many bedrooms. So there is an exercise that has to be completed every time an application is filed based on what is suggested to be changed. Okay? The other thing is that there are already 2 appeal processes built into the regulation. One is an appeal, they're both appeals to the board. One is an appeal out of the hearing officer and one is an appeal out of the licensing authority. Any action on a license application, a denial, or an award can be appealed by any interested party. The hearing officer is used to determine whether or not there's a violation of any county code, this code in particular, or the terms of the license. And that determination is made through the hearing officer, and that can be appealed to the board as well. So I would recommend that those 2 appeal processes be left intact. Okay?
Yes, I think it's a start for appeal process. We might find issues that come up in the future that give us cause to consider additional appeal process or whatever, but right now I think it's a good start. I don't know if the
Right.
board feels that same way.
But there is not an appeal process from a denial based upon a preclusion that might be in the code. If you can't apply for an application and the person appeals, there's no relief that can be granted on such an appeal. It has to be, the appeal is based upon how the criteria were applied against the application. If the criteria simply say you're not entitled to apply, and that's demonstrated by the facts, there's no relief that can be granted from an appeal.
So then the exceptions are codified in the ordinance. It's not like, oh yeah, but I know it's not my principal residence, but this. You have to act, it's actually in the ordinance. I mean, you have to qualify before you send in your request for a license. You have, so
Well, the
it has to be
qualifications.
specified.
You have to be
Fine. That's-
16 before you can apply.
I was gonna say, so if I'm
For your
15 and I'm a
driver's
really good
license.
driver, doesn't mean I get a driver's license. So, yeah, there's a checklist, I'm sure, that they have to check off the boxes, say, okay, I don't qualify for this because, yeah, well, I live in the city and this is a county ordinance. Yeah, Kelly, please.
So I don't know if now's the time. I have 2 other issues that are related, but I think secondary to the main conversation.
It's really snowing out there.
Thank you.
Is it okay to bring those up?
It's up, what?
I have 2 issues that are related but secondary to the main
Okay.
conversation. So if
So
you
let
feel
me-
like we've resolved
Yeah.
the main conversation,
Yeah, let me
I'd like
make
to
sure
get
with
those
staff,
in.
with Cindy and John. Are we good on those points so far, John, and where we're going? Please say yes.
I understand what the board's been talking about up to this point.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I can produce a revised regulation based on this discussion.
Okay, now Kelly's gonna throw a snag here.
Yes.
very straightforward snags, I hope. I would like, again, just by the nature of the data needs that we were hoping to get, to propose that perhaps for a relicensing, like we include some language for a relicensing application where they give us some data. So we can both, I think, know what the use has been internally and not have to rely on these
other people.
other parties that we're not sure about the data. And also if we want to audit tax receipts, we have comparable data to do that. And I would be more than happy to work with staff on pulling together some language for that if the board is amenable for a relicensing application.
Kind of
Do we have
reflective
the
of bill?
authority to audit tax receipts?
If we require them.
Well, we're requiring that they paid their taxes
To
for,
us. Their
in order
taxes
for them
to
to be
us.
relicensed, they have to demonstrate that they paid the taxes due.
IRS makes me show them my taxes.
The IRS, not a Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, we're special. But Kelly, is that kind of reflective of the bill that we're looking at?
Yeah. which
I
don't
think
know
that would
where
be
that's
a
gonna
great
go.
opportunity, not only for us to make sure we get data, but also to support the efforts statewide and see where that goes. And that may be a benefit to everybody.
Well, and then how are we going to know? I mean, how are we going to know if we're going to try and relook back at the regulations in the future and say, do we have problems if we don't know if a property's been used 365 days a year or 10 days a year?
Well, I think we should collect
You
data,
know,
for sure.
I think it just could
I
be
think a clause in
helpful, and
that.
it would be helpful for us to think about that
I think
now.
I think that's a great idea.
You know. And then my second thing that I thought was really interesting, John, I wanted to bring to your attention again was on a call that I was on with, and Francie was on as well, with the City and County of Denver's program, is they implemented a separate regulation that they presented as a prohibition on illegal financial transactions, which they use as a way to enforce on anyone who's advertising a short-term rental illegal, who is not permitted to operate. So, you know, if someone's license has been revoked and yet VRBO is still promoting this residence for rental, they are violating that ordinance in Denver. And I don't know if we would have similar authorities, but it was just something I wanted to throw out to think about if we need stronger enforcement teeth.
It'd be kind of like a code violation.
Let me ask you a question in that regard, Kelly. So the regulation is drafted has a requirement that any advertisement for short-term rental for a property in the county include the license number. If that doesn't happen, that's a violation of the code itself. And so if somebody is advertising, then we can enforce that violation. Are you talking about something that's enforceable against the internet service
Yes.
provider or the marketing provider?
Yes.
Both that and the
Yes.
owner of the house.
Right.
So she's talking dual enforcement. Can we look into that and just see if how that might work?
Yeah, I'd have to do
And
a
you
little
could
research.
have, yeah, I mean, you could have properties that just copy someone's license number. They don't have a license. We have nothing to revoke from them except that they're violating our rules. But, you know, the marketing platform shouldn't be doing that, shouldn't be advertising that anyway. So anyway, just something to think about if it strengthens our opportunities here.
Okay, board. What are we missing?
Me.
Complaint process. Just complaint process is clear enough. Cindy, do you feel like you need anything more, or are you good with what we've got? Okay. My mic's on.
I think John outlined it well in the ordinance.
Thank you.
All right, so, Mr. Ely, now's the question of the day. Oh, Steve,
Oh,
yeah,
Patty,
go ahead,
do
go
we,
ahead.
one of the public members suggested a minimum rental period of 7 to 10 days. Do we want to put that kind of restriction on?
No, Steve, we're gonna wait till we get data, and then we're gonna review days and shoulder season and high season, possibility of limiting use during those periods of time, either monthly, weekly, or yearly, and that's one of the reasons why Kelly's opportunity for us to collect data is perfect.
Also, should we maintain a publicly available list of licensed short-term rentals in the county that real estate people, people who are looking for a place to stay could go to that list and see if the place that they are trying to rent from is an approved one?
Yeah, I just,
That's a good idea.
yeah, I think that's a good idea. I just thought you were gonna go there with, we're gonna be the advertiser of those uses, so people can go, oh, Pickett County knows, it's like the Airbnb. So, we get a percentage of the rental fee. Yeah, that's something we should look at. That's a good idea, Steve.
Yeah, and that would help neighbors know as well,
Yeah.
what the
Well,
status is for their.
Greg?
Just thinking, I like the idea of a minimum number of days because that would limit the flow pretty dramatically. If you had a 7-day minimum or a 5-day minimum, it would be a lot different than a 1-day minimum in terms of traffic, people, housekeeping, all the things that happen when people do short-term rentals. We're talking about reducing the activity in the property. The number of days, I think, will make a dramatic difference. So it's something we should consider in the future if we don't add anything in now.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be on our list, Greg. And I think the data will really be helpful for us to make those decisions. And watching what other communities do, what the city does, and whether they're local. Cindy, you chomping over there, I can see it.
No, I'm just, one thing I'm unclear about in terms of your direction is, did you say that you are going to exempt Redstone's commercial
We did
district?
not say that. We're gonna look at what we do at the end of the day to see what our final decisions are and how they may or may not apply to Redstone, rather than make a decision. That was my understanding.
So the
that's
next
what-
round.
Bob McCormick
Yeah.
would qualify under this. I don't know what the other one is in the commercial district, but,
He would not, because it's not his primary residence.
yes, he would, because he would have a 5-year history of renting it out and ownership for more than 10 years. So he would qualify.
You're right. You're right. He
See,
would.
she liked that exemption. She's using it.
You're right. You're right.
So.
I like all the exceptions.
So, John Ely, my question is, am I seeking a motion to continue second reading and public hearing? Or am I asking for a motion to continue this to a third reading? Or what?
No, we're looking for the former, a motion to continue the second reading.
Thank
And
you.
the reason being is that although I can craft language based off of the discussion of the board, I don't have specific language that the board can say, this is what's adopted for third reading.
Okay, perfect. So
I'll make the
now
motion.
my question is, before you do, a date. Because I know the 23rd you will be getting a tan, right?
I'll be in my room on Zoom with you guys and wolves and all of that. Not
I
getting
know,
a
that
tan.
sounds like a terrible way to spend time in
And
Mexico.
Kelly, what
I
about-
might have a margarita next to me.
Only if you share. We'll all have margaritas and bean dip.
In a cabana on the beach
So
with her
Kelly, where will you
laptop.
be?
I'm not traveling till the
So is
24th.
that give staff enough time, or do we need to go 4 weeks out? I would like to get this,
Well, that begs the question of when are we going to enforce this? Because people already have all their STRs.
we
For
were
the summer.
looking at April, end of April?
So all those reservations that have been made for this summer at all these places in the county, they're just going to have to call them up and say, sorry, go to Jackson?
Jackson will love us for it. So we were looking at April, right?
Right now, the ordinance, John, if I'm correct, it says April 30th it would go into effect.
And it said that for several months.
So if we were to pass
John, you're on
it
mute.
on third reading on the 23rd, takes 30 days to enact, we would be good to go.
I'm sorry, I was watching John. What?
But is it effective immediately, or we have to give them time, right, to get their license? And so what happens in the meantime?
It's John, would you explain the process?
Well, the concern of the board that's been articulated from the beginning is that we give the people who are renting their properties sufficient lead time to, not interfere overly with reservations that are already made. So the determination of the effective date, I think, is a decision for the board based upon when we adopt the ordinance with finality, to be honest with you.
But John, if we adopt it and we say it starts April 30th, does that mean the application process starts April 30th? Or let's just say June 1st, whatever we come up with. So that's when the applications start, and then, so there's going to be this period of time of between when the applications start and when people get licensed and when people have reservations. And so what does it mean when it says it has a start date?
Well, people will know if they're going to qualify or not, because they'll know if they're part-time principal residents or not.
They're not going to know if they're an exemption, though. So
Well,
what's the answer to that, John? I mean, what happens in the interim?
Start date means that is the effective date of the ordinance, which means you cannot rent for a short term without a license.
So we're basically going to have a whole summer with nobody having a license.
No.
Well, how are they going to get their licenses immediately? We need staff and paper
We
and
have
processes.
staff. She's
and
sitting right here, and they're already working on it, Francie. They're working behind the scenes. They're amazing, and they're designing it now because they know that we're going to get this rolling. So they're starting the process. So we'll be geared up, as close to being geared up as possible.
Yes, thank you,
So
John. Say
we're
something.
working to stand up the licensing process and
Didn't believe me.
That's right.
what I think will continue to be a challenge is building whatever enforcement and inspection capacity, because we're still learning what the board is looking for, and we've added some things there today. So we will need to talk about that, because that will likely require some additional staffing resources, as we had talked about
And
previously.
time.
And time.
Francie's going to be the enforcer. She just told me that.
I'm just concerned about this. Come on, we know there's
I know.
going to be a lag time. I mean,
We are doing the best we can to move this.
I know, but so what happens to these people? They're in limbo. And
People can rent short-term until the effective date of the ordinance. The issue becomes how much notice you feel like you need to give people in terms of their projecting and renting ahead of time. So right now, we projected April 30th based on the dates that we thought we would have this done by. And so the board needs to decide whether or not they would push that back in order to allow people to have summer rentals without licenses.
and time for the staff to process these. I mean, they go out, she could get 1,000 applications the next day. So we're not going to have people signed up and ready to go. We're creating a lot of limbo. So I really think we need to look at the dates carefully before the next meeting.
Can I propose that we move it to May 30th and from April 30th? Still off season, still transitional season,
I would support that.
an extra month.
Well, we need to let
For
the
staff.
public know that it's going to take effect so they don't start making reservations.
First, we have to pass it before we let the public know, please.
Well, if we're talking now about moving the date out, so.
Cindy,
Steve has
does
his
that
hand
help
up.
you?
Steve?
Well, yeah, we're going to need more time to set up the licensing, and you're right, because there'll be checkoff points that we need to do. Licenses won't be granted immediately.
No.
There'll be a time frame that we'll have to review those licenses, so they won't be granted immediately. So, there'll be a lag time there.
Can you bring back on the 23rd a date that works?
Well, could we have a date where applications are first accepted, like April 30th or May 30th, but then enforcement begins September 30th or something? You know what I'm saying? So that people have a chance to get their license and not lose all their summer business. And
I don't know if we can have a
I mean,
code.
I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah. Wait, Steve, I see your hand up, but John, are you going to answer that? And then Steve, I'll get back to you, and then we are gonna wrap this, guys.
You know, I understand what you're saying, Nancy, but we're just simply ahead of the appropriate time to make that determination. We have to be closer to an enactment date for that determination to be meaningful. You know, Greg's suggestion sounds pretty good to me right now, but you know, I can't judge how quickly you guys will move through the rest of this enactment. So I quite frankly, you just ought to put that off and
Okay.
determine we're close to enacting.
Okay, thank you, John. Steve, and then I'm gonna be looking for a motion to continue this to the 23rd. Second
So
reading.
I was going to suggest, similar to Francie, that once somebody applies for their license and if there's a big backlog of getting those processed, they maybe don't receive their license, that there be and I was going to say, maybe it's a 30-day grace period or whatever, that they can do their short-term rentals, but then there'd be a drop dead date beyond which, if they don't have a license by then, that's the tough luck for them.
Well,
So we would set two dates, one when the ordinance is in effect, and then for the transition period, the drop dead date that they have to have it by that time. That's my thought on that.
That's a question for legal, whether or not we can enact an ordinance and then do a grace period for enactment. And you know, how many people will say, well, I got 30 days, and then if I don't have it, they're gonna, it's not my fault that it took them that long and I got my application in it late. So let's see if we can legally do that, and that's an opportunity we can
I'm
talk
fine
about
with
at our
that.
next
John
meeting.
said, wait, don't make the decision now. I'm fine, waiting. Your
All
hand's
right.
up, John.
John, your hand's up
No.
high, you're waving.
Yeah, let's just discuss. I really would recommend we discuss that later when we're closer to enactment. I mean, we're just speculating at this juncture, to be honest with you. And the 23rd actually is 2 weeks, Patty. I was asking for 4.
Oh, that'd be much better for me.
The dilemma is that I can produce it by the 23rd without any issue, but I've got to get it into a packet by the 14th. And that's my twist.
Okay, what's the next date? I don't have my
The
calendar.
11th, I think.
April 13th.
April 13th.
Yep.
That week of April is just turning out to be a great week. Hopefully, I don't know what my service for my mom is gonna be, but, we don't have a date, but we were looking at the first part of April, but,
So the 13th might work.
so let's put it there, and I'll go to Belize with my son and.
Can I make a motion that we continue this to April
13th.
April 13th?
And we're also gonna continue the public hearing,
We're also going to continue it.
the public hearing.
I will second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Are there any more comments or questions?
I'll just comment. Gosh, I was so disheartened after first reading, so I'm renewed, and I'm keeping Francie's comment to me the other day of we're closer than you think we are to heart. And I think this is really important for us to do, so thank you.
And I want to thank you guys for coming and spending this day with us. And please drive safely, because it looks like it's getting a little iffy out there. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Before we go, I have one really quick open discussion
Oh, open discussion.
about the letter for Wild Mountain Seeds, for that grant for the farm to market. Greg had some questions about articulate how they plan to work with other ag entities in the valley. They're already there. They have stakeholder groups. They're looking at farmers, ranchers, growers, harvesters, private owners. They've got somebody
Other
matching their
nonprofits.
grant. Nonprofits.
But what's the difference between what they're proposing and what Evan has?
I think they're working with Evan. Evan and Casey are good friends.
I want to know that they were working with Evan.
Me too.
Well,
I don't want to see people competing for
they're
the
working
same.
with Two Roots. They're working with Marigold.
Lift
They're
Up.
working with, and so it's all, they're all that same. I wrote all those kids up.
The farmers, the Roaring Fork farmers.
I noticed it said Sunfire on there, but I didn't see Jason's signature either. So I see Jason almost every day now, because that's where our calves are. So I'll ask him.
I'm gonna go see the cat. Bye. Thank you guys.
Bye.
Please be
Cheers.
safe.
Bye.
Thank you.
If you can't get home, there's some STRs you could pick up.
I was gonna say, we have plenty of rooms at
at our lodge this
Thank
summer.
you.
Excellent, fine STR.
Okay,
Good.
one last thing, John, I read all the information about that Mountain International $25,000. And teasing Francie, I'm really not comfortable with, activities that are open to sponsors. Do we have to still buy a ticket? I mean, there's no clarification. We can do Greg, we get recognition on a wall, and we can do a short promotional video. That's one of our benefits we get for $25,000.
My understanding is you're able to attend. My understanding is you're able to attend the sessions.
With a ticket, or? we have
No,
to purchase?
not with additional.
And not
purchase,
paying
yeah.
money.
I want
I
to just
agree.
clarify that. I mean, I moved it forward, but, yeah. I read it very carefully. All right.
Is there other,
I would love,
is there other open discussion? No?
not
10
like-
o'clock
Motion to
tomorrow.
adjourn?
please, do I have a second?
Second.
Yes.
Third.
Thank you, Grassroots, thank you, Skylar, thank everybody here in the room, and thank everybody who joined us.
Did we vote?
And Bob McCormick is still
Aye.
on here, but his hand's not raised anymore.
Aye.
though.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
I gotta call the questions.
Thank you, Cindy, for hanging in there, and John and
Thank
Ely,
you.
thank you for hanging
You
in.
got in under the wire with that data, didn't you?
Anyone want to go to the Elks for a half hour before they kick you out before a member meeting?
I do, but we've got are we still gonna try and do our meeting? Or?
I just have to do a quick one.